Alright, we are back. We are going to be playing Monster Hunter Wilds. Like I said yesterday, the first part of the stream is going to be Monster Hunter Wilds. We are going to be focusing strictly on the Dahaad, Arch-Tempered Dahaad free challenge quest, going for that A rank. So I'm going to need people to help me out on this. I haven't even looked at what the times required are to hit A rank, but that's what we're focusing on. We are back in control of the AMD Ryzen Threadripper 9960X. 24 cores, 48 threads. You can see how much CPU this game uses. It uses a ton. And we are using the Radeon AI Pro R9700. The game is using 20 gigabytes out of our 32 gigabytes available. We're also using the Intel Arc Pro B50. We're using 0.1 out of the 16 gigabytes available on the latest driver from November of last year. And then the AMD driver is the latest Adrenaline with the Firestone driver. So this is FSR4. And then for the memory, I'm currently using about 37 gigabytes of system RAM out of my 128 gigabytes total, running at DDR5 6400 megatransfers. So I like to start the stream showing the specs because people tend to ask, and I think that kind of makes the channel sort of unique in that aspect. So now that we've gotten that out of the way. Oh, another thing. If you guys watch the console collection video, I am currently redoing the setup that I'm using right now, which is my Threadripper PC. So I did get one of these, if you guys are interested. The link is in the description of this live stream. This is the AverMedia Live Gamer Bolt. This is a Thunderbolt 3 4K 60 HDR capture card with low latency, being an external capture card, utilizing Thunderbolt 4 or Thunderbolt 3 protocol, which means you need to have USB 4 on your motherboard if you want to capture footage of 4K 60 based gameplay from like a console or external device or something along those lines. So I did get this. I have like a lot of these now. The reason why I got this was, first of all, I needed it because I'm trying to connect a console to this computer. So I have this computer available as a test station. The other reason is this, at least when I checked the link in the description of the video, this was on a fire sale for $99. $99 for a 4K 60 USB 4 capture card. That is an insane deal. And AverMedia is my brand of choice when it comes to capture card technology. They are vastly superior to their competition. Their main competition in this space is going to be Elgato. Elgato, I've had nothing but mediocre performance, buggy drivers, buggy software. I don't know about drivers, but buggy software in general with Elgato. Elgato's like lighting setups and green screens and stuff like that are very good. But when it comes to their capture cards, I have not had a very good track record with Elgato. But AverMedia has rarely let me down. They have let me down a couple times, particularly with their new USB 10 gig based capture cards. Those are nowhere near as good as these USB 4 capture cards, which are actually pretty old now. So I don't know if these are on clearance or what, but these things are extremely good. Extremely good. So the plan is to install this guy. So I do have this thing. This. Oh wow, it's so reflective you can actually see the game on my monitor. So this is a Japanese CECH B00 or B00. For those of you that don't know what that means, this is a Japanese launch PS3. We're talking about that PS triple with the black trim. B indicates that it is the black PS3, not the chrome PS3. So it doesn't have that chrome finish, whereas my dead unit over here, the one that I showed yesterday, see how it's got the chrome trim It's got that chrome nice bar there. This is the 60 gigabyte. This is the A model. The A model had built-in Wi-Fi and the memory card readers, as well as the chrome trim and a 60 gigabyte hard drive. The B model, this one, is a 20 gigabyte hard drive inside, or has a 20 gigabyte hard drive inside, and has no Wi-Fi. There's no Wi-Fi. And there's no memory card slots. So you can't read compact flash, you can't read an SD card, and you can't read Memory Stick Pro Duo on the 20 gigabyte. Why did I get it? Because I've never had a black trim PS3, launch PS3, I might add. This one is the Japanese version, and if you know anything about buying used hardware from the Japanese, it is like buying almost brand new. I was shocked the condition that this PS3 is in. This PS3 was manufactured, they even have the original stickers, November 2006. November 2006. This PS Triple is over 19 years old. 19 years old, and it still works. It's insanity. And you know what? The coin battery, somehow, I don't know how, the coin battery, the RTC battery inside, is still alive. And the other insane thing, original warranty sticker, never been removed. It's never been opened. It's never had the thermal paste ever redone, and it's still alive. I tested it. Everything works. It works perfectly. I was like, wait, what? This thing is in immaculate condition. It's like 19 years old. It works totally fine. I don't know if the previous owner, like, rarely even used this or what. Like, and the other thing too is when they sold it to me, they set it to factory default settings. So when I got it and I turned it on, it was like turning on a brand new PS3. It started in the first time register mode, where it's like, choose your region, choose your language, choose your time zone, you know, connect to the internet, blah blah blah, all that stuff. It was like that. Now, I've bought used consoles in the past. Like, recently I bought a 360 from GameStop, and I don't know what those guys did to test it, because when I turned it on, I took it home, I turned it on, it had the previous owner's 360 account still on there. I could see their name, I could see like all their trophy, like their achievements and everything. There was like 3 other family members with other Xbox accounts all registered. So I was thinking, like, come on guys, come on GameStop. You're supposed to wipe this thing factory default. You guys aren't doing your job. Now, obviously, I'm going to wipe it clean. I wiped it complete because I want it to be a clean slate, because I'm going to put my games on that 250 gigabyte hard drive. So I cleared everything out. But the point that I'm making is the quality of buying something secondhand from Japan is so much better than buying something from like secondhand in the US market. Now, that's my opinion, but I'm basing my opinion off of my own personal experience buying stuff from Japan over the years. I mean, heck, I went to Japan December of like 2024, and I bought a bunch of stuff while I was there, so I know exactly what the experience is like compared to buying used stuff from, you know, like a GameStop or online, like via eBay or something. So I don't know, man. I am impressed. I'm impressed. They even sent me a little like tea bag thing with like green tea or whatever in there, and like a nice little greeting card. Thank you for your purchase. This little thing, and it's all wrapped up nice in the original packaging. The 6-axis controller, it looked immaculate. It works perfectly. It charges properly. And we're talking about the original 6-axis controller that came with this PS3. It does not have any DualShock 3 rumble, because if you remember, the initial PS3s for like the first 2 years, I believe, first 2.5 years. About first 2.5 years on the market, there was no... well, actually, no, that's not true. It was about the first year and a half. Yeah, the first year and a half of the PS3 being on the market, there was no rumble feature in the controllers because Sony didn't put it in there. They wanted to go with the gyroscope 360 movement of the controller, and everybody kind of complained, so they eventually settled with some licensing agreement with the company that made the rumble packs or whatever, and they started putting them in the newer controllers. But anyway, that's a little bit of history on the PS3 again, I guess. I'm going to put this one, I'm going to somehow integrate it into the setup that I have down here. And that's the reason why I got this guy, the Live Gamer Bolt, because this is the thing that fuses my console with my PC. Alright. The Pro GPU is not a gaming card, no. It's different classification. Different user audience, or different target user. That doesn't mean you can't play games on it, though. As I'm showing here. Alright, we are going to go and check out this free challenge. See if there's anyone doing the free challenge. I might have to wait for some of the guys to join up. I wonder if I should just do this solo, or you know what? Lobby member. Let me just host this and see if anybody wants to join. Okay. You want to join? Here, I'll send you a link. I gotta figure out where I'm gonna put all these consoles, man. I started going on a crazy, like, memory trip lane thing. And I was like, man, I gotta get a PS3 that has backwards compatibility. I just have to have it. It's been like 12 years since my PS3 died. I tried I have the emulator. It's not the same thing though. It doesn't feel the same. Like, not like when you have the cross media bar connected to a TV in the living room and you have like your music and stuff on the hard drive there locally on there, it's completely different, man. It's a different vibe. Emulation on a PC, yeah, sure, I can do that. I've already done that. I mean, I literally I've got the Blu-ray ripper right here, so it's like if I wanted to do emulation, I could do emulation, but it doesn't have the same feeling. How do you get your PlayStation 2 memory card saves on your computer, though? I'll tell you right now, the only emulator that I've ever used, besides, like, SNES, is the PS3 emulator. I've never done PS2 emulation, so I don't even know where to begin for PS2 emulation. Can RPC or R3P, whatever the PS3 emulator is, can that one play PS2 games? The way a fat PS3 can? I have no idea how to do PS2 emulation. PS1, I don't really care. PS1, I don't care because PS1, I could just pop the disc into my slim PS3. I think I may have played around with that, or maybe it was the PS1 emulator, like back in the early 2000s. So I haven't touched that in so long. And back then, computers weren't even good. I think we're gonna need a full party for this. I did post the thing, but I think we're gonna need more people. Unless you want to try doing this with just 2 people. Oh wait, I don't even have the correct setup. Or do I? Yeah, this is wrong. This is the wrong stuff. Yeah, we need this. Oh no, I don't need dragon. What? I need... Did I make a fire hammer? Hold up. This thing, and I probably need to make a fire dual blades, don't I? I don't know if I can make the time if I use this one. We can try it. Okay. Which support hunters should I use? Which ones should I bring? Oh, Fabius is still... he's not available anymore. Wait a minute, are they winding down the festival? He's not allowed? Oh, it's because it's the challenge thing. I guess these two. High attack power. He excels in breaking parts, provides a wide range of offensive, defensive. I guess these two. Do what? On the quest screen? Doesn't Kai heal? Oh. Okay. Let's just go with these. It changed it. You can't quick start it. I'm just gonna put all the buffs. No, I mean, it was the same thing with New Udra. New Udra, I never did it by myself. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I did attempt it by myself, and I got B rank. Okay, here we go. We gotta go fast. I don't even know which weapon to start with. I guess I'm gonna go with the greatsword.
You ready to engage?
All right, this is it. $488. Perfect guarding. Oh, what? Man, that lasts as long. Oh, I'm in the circle. I'm in the circle. Oh, there's a lot of people doing the Savage tier at Final Fantasy right now because this is the first week of that. I don't have the right gear for it though. I was like, well, should I try that with randoms? Probably not. I mean, but you know, going back to what we were talking about earlier with the like emulation and stuff. Emulation is cool because emulation is how you'll be able to preserve your ability to play these old games long term. But there's nothing, emulation just can't beat the feeling of using the actual old hardware. Because the fact that the hardware is so old and it's still alive and it still works. Full functionality, you know what I'm saying? There's nothing like that. It's like using the emulator is like cooking with, it's like cooking without fire. You know, it's like using the actual PS3 is like cooking with a gas stove. Whereas cooking with, like using an emulator is like, I don't know, cooking with a microwave. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like, what the heck? Did we hit him? I think we didn't hit. Should we restart? Should we restart because we didn't get the thing? I think I messed up the... We need to hit all of the environmentals to get A rank. As far as I know. We need to get him to go to the one over here. Is he doing... Oh, he's doing that. Oh man, Moxie meal, Moxie meal. We need, is there like a thing to drop on him? Yeah, there is. There we go. Alright, here we go, this is it. Big damage, big damage. I don't know if we can get A rank because we didn't knock the first ceiling on him. Wait, what? Oh, what the? He did a double? He did a double ice blast? I think we're gonna not get A rank because of this. I don't know, unless he transitions to phase 3 now. But I think I'm gonna put the PS3 on the left side of the monitors. Because I have, over here I have the PS5 on this side. I'll put the PS3 on that side. And all the other consoles will be with the Strix Halo. Oh, he has a cut, he has a cut. If we get to it. Okay, I think I figured out what happens if you stand in there. If you stand in there, even if you're blocking it, it can get you trapped in the ice. I would think that we would get him to transition soon to phase 3. Oh, he flinched. Oh! Oh no! Oh man, okay, he wasn't aiming at me. He's gonna do a double, he's gonna do a double. I think he's going. He's leaving. He's leaving. Yeah, he's leaving. We're gonna need to put bombs and stuff. Don't forget to bring him to the wall in the back. We can bring him to the wall in the back and drop a huge amount of stuff on him, like 9,000 damage. Or 6,000 damage or something like that. Some multiple of 3. So kind of stand over in the back. Watch out, he's gonna go for his thing soon. He's gonna do his thing soon. I can sense it. Yeah, he's doing it. He's doing it. Doing it. Oh, he kicked me. He's gonna tail swipe me. Tail swipe me. He kicked me. He tail swipe me. He's gonna slam down. Slam down. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Double. Double. Don't forget the thing at the back. The thing at the back. Knock the thing on the back. Yeah, 9,000 damage. Okay, wow. Now we can get it. We can get it. I'm gonna be tanking. Oh, he. Oh. All right. Oh boy. Ooh, that was close. That was close. What the? Huh? Piping meal? Piping meal? It's like, what? Oh, man. That's not good. That's not good. Piping meal. What? Is he going to final phase? I think, no, he's still there.
I love this part. Let's go. Come on, man.
800 damage. Final phase.
Not quite ready to give up.
Hold on, wait. I got a bomb.
Get ready to dodge.
Alright, 225. That gets him through a stagger threshold. There, he walked right into it. He's doing it.
I know you can dodge this.
We gotta use the things on the ceiling to finish him off. Tail swipe. Oh, what? All right. Did that hit? don't even know if that hit. He has a cut on his face. Yeah. Oh, we got 1 minute. I think we're not gonna get it. He doesn't have the skull yet. Oh man, 30 seconds, and he doesn't have a skull. Wait, what? Yeah, I think that's... It's gonna go to B. Yeah, it's B. It went from 60 gigabyte down to 20 gigabyte on the scoring. Thought I could get the mount. He still has that cut on his face. Alright, he has a skull, finally. Yeah, I think we have to make sure that we drop every single icicle on him except for one in this area and one in the other area. Man, he's got cuts on him. His front leg. His head also has a cut. Where? Oh, I forgot to bring flash pods. You can knock him from the wall with flash pods. Yeah, I didn't prepare for this properly. I need to clean that up. This type of enemy, I'm afraid to not use something that can't block. Because his attacks are so deadly. And it's not like Dahaad doesn't spam fast in quick succession, so it's like harder to like if I was gonna play a weapon that can't block. Well, also, I didn't bring any flash pods. Because there were moments where we could have flashed and we would have fallen down. And I died too many times. So here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to fix this. I guess immunizer. Oh wait, I keep forgetting that you can restock over here. I always forget that they added this. I don't know if this was always here. I could try dual blades also. Let me see if I have a fire dual blade. I mean, I have the. I could try making an Ardeon one. Forge the Ardeon dual blade.
I'm up for the challenge. Should I begin?
We'll take it instead of True Omega, and then also I'm going to reinforce to the Gogma.
You can leave this to me.
Or not reinforce, I'm going to upgrade to Gogma. The dual blades.
I'll give it a go.
I'm gonna make it. I guess I'm gonna go with Element Focus. Rathlos, Flare, and Imparted Wisdom. I don't know if that's even good or what. I'm just gonna put more fire attack. Fire attack and focus. Critical element. No, I think I'm gonna go with yeah, critical element and handicraft. And then also I would like Mind's Eye, the one basically the one that prevents you from losing sharpness. Razor sharp. Yeah, razor sharp, and you know what? Forget about razor sharp. I'm just going handicraft. Max it out. Yeah.
Another satisfied customer.
If you break all those back parts, you can't do the Nova anymore. Oh, that's very good to know. I did not know that. You're supposed to make a bunch of wounds on his legs. Okay, this time I'm going to try the dual blades and see if that's faster compared to the greatsword. I'm so afraid that I'm gonna get one shot using dual blades. Supposed to hit his legs? Uh-oh. Oh no, oh no. Oh, what? Okay, okay. I don't have a shield. We're going no shield, no shield. It's like fighting him as Wolverine without adamantium. This is like Bone Wolverine fighting. No indestructible. Oh no, oh man. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, I was out of stamina. I was out of stamina. Oh boy. Oh, that reaches really far, okay. I think I kind of want to incorporate high levels of tool specialist. Watch out. Can't reach the thing. I can't reach it. Trying to go for that wound on his back. Yeah. There's one right there. Alright, that's phase one. Oh wait, there's no thing here? Playing dual blades, I burned through the sharpness meters so fast. That's why I wanted to take razor sharp. Don't forget, we need to get all... We need to drop the things on them. I wasn't able to reach that in time. Oh, but yeah, this is why I bring shields. And I just realized something. I don't think I have flash pods. I need to grab them. Yeah, I don't have flash pods. That was a really good stagger there that interrupted him from doing his thing. I was going to get hit with that ice. There we go. Oh. Oh man, here we go. Oh, he flinched again. He flinched. Okay. Oh no, I got hit by the ice thing. There we go. There we go. think that's phase 2. That's phase 2. Man, this is so good. We're like half. Oh no, now we're within half. Gotta go fast, gotta go fast. Fight like it's the Nursilla DPS check. Oh no, oh no. I used one of those. You said if we break his all the things? Is he standing by the thing? I can't tell if that can be dropped on him yet. I think he needs to be moved a little bit. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Oh, I got tripped by the thing. Oh, this is broken. He's gonna do this. He's gonna do his thing soon. He's gonna do his thing. I knew it. I knew it. Where's the... Okay. We could try to drop all these things on him if any of them are available. Does this interrupt him? Where's the... Can we knock the... Oh, yeah. Yes! There we go. This is gonna be close. Can he not do it anymore? Did we succeed? I can't reach the blue. Oh, I got it. If you have flash pod ready, now would be a good time to use it. Or have it ready. He can't do Nova anymore, can he? Because we broke all of his stuff. Are we safe from the Nova? Oh no, oh no. I don't know if that's on him. We need that last boulder to hit him.
You're a lifesaver.
Is that boulder? Can we drop it on him? Oh yeah. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be. Oh, he doesn't even have the skull. Oh, I don't think we're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it. He doesn't even have the skull and we're at beat already. Man, he doesn't even have the skull.
I know you can dodge this.
He doesn't. How does he not have a skull? I feel like our DPS last time might have been better, actually. I don't even know why it's worse. Oh, he has a cut somewhere on the back.
Echo bubble out.
Oh, what? I feel like we're doing worse than last time. He doesn't even have the skull. I don't even understand why, because I feel like I've been attacking him more consistently this time than last time. Unless Greatsword just does so much damage without even trying.
Looks like the end's in sight.
Oh, we haven't even cut the tail off yet. Where's his cut? There. Yeah, we did worse than last time. I don't even understand why. So I feel like I feel like I've just been attacking him constantly, and then yet somehow this time is worse. It's like 20 seconds worse. At least what we did in this round was we prevented him from doing the Nova. I don't know how the time was worse though. I feel like I only carded once also on this one. Maybe I should go heavy bowgun. Yeah, it was worse. Even though I felt like I did better. I felt like I played better that whole round. Okay. Yeah, I'll invite him when he's... I feel like I did really good right there. Although I did card. So I was like, well, I ended up... Which one has Moxie? I think I get Moxie. I don't know. Maybe I should go back to Greatsword. Oh, I need to fix my items.
I heard from the others.
Make sure you bring a shock trap also. And maybe the mega barrel bombs. That way you can use this in the final phase to prevent it from moving around so much. No, I'm going. Wait, what is this? Maintenance jewel. Okay, part breaker level 2. Part breaker level 2.
My hammer is yours anytime.
That has only been a problem a few times for me. I don't know if I need to. I like having earplugs level 3. I just mainly go with earplugs level 3. And doesn't this set automatically give me the... Oh no, it doesn't give bind resist fully. It gives bind resist level 2. I think I always bring Divine Blessing level 3. Or wait, what do I have? Oh, I have Divine Blessing level 2? Oh, well, whatever. Level 2 it is. It's fine. It's never really been much of a problem. The only problem is if I get hit by his breath. His breath attack is the only thing that I'm worried about. That's why I'm afraid to not bring the ability to block. Yeah, but if we break the thing on his back, all three, the face, the two back ones, he can't use the Nova in the final phase. Yeah, I invited him earlier. I know he's there. He just needs to join the quest. So should I be bringing Flare? Isn't Flare the thing that you would need to make the wounds appear more frequently? I might have to change my build then, because I just went with full Dahaad Gamma. It's like I didn't even try to mix the ones for an extra 2-piece skill or something like that. If I wanted to not worry about the breath attack, I'd probably bring the Gagmazios 4-piece for the barrier. Okay, so basically, we're just supposed to attack his legs. The back ones or the front ones, or does it not matter? Like this? Oh no! Huh. Are we supposed to just attack the back leg? But see, the problem is then he'll just keep turning around. He'll just keep turning around unless Kai is the one he's targeting. Some people have to attack the front legs. Oh, here we go. I thought I could jump at him. That didn't work. I feel like Flayer is the skill to bring, not Heartbreaker. Oh! Oh man, what?
There it is. Ready whenever.
Can it fall on him? Yeah, alright. Big damage, big damage. Why am I still on the sacred? Oh, he has a cut on the back, There he goes. Kai's like, I know you can dodge this. Okay, I'll dodge it with the blue, and then I'll Superman dive. Wait, what? He jumped on him. Is he still on top of him? Yeah, he's still on top of him. Alright, we're going to phase 3. I think we're behind by like 30 seconds. He's gonna climb, and then when he comes down, he's gonna do the Nova soon. Yeah, here we go. Alright. Doing pretty good. This is catching us up. This is catching us up. We could drop the rest of those what do they call them? Stalagmites on them. Oh, this is final phase. We're going to final phase. Alright, we're getting A rank this time. We're getting A rank this time. I'm just gonna rush him down now. Rush him down. There we go. Time to play like a pro. I don't know what all that was. That was cool. I was just out of bounds, just spinning. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Oh, what? Make sure to save one of those rocks. He's gonna do a tail swipe. Oh no. Oh, he's going up. Oh, what the? Break his back if you can. I'm gonna go for the tail. There he goes, there he goes. This is it. Big damage. Nursilla DPS check. Remember the Nursilla DPS check? There. Oh man, Ice Gem. What? Ice Gem dropped. What are the chances of that happening? Tail's broken. Wombo combo. Oh, this is it. He can't do the Nova, so try to lure him to the things if you can. And don't forget the electric trap. Electric trap. Oh, what the? He's almost dead, he's almost dead. So am I. Watch out. There's a cut. He's on his last legs. Tail swipe. That trap doesn't work if you use the electric. The pitfall doesn't work on him. He's too tall. I'm losing all my stamina from the cold. Divine Blessing. Watch out. Out of range. Why am I? There we go. Why am I not hitting him? It's like out of range. Oh, my weapon has lost so much sharpness. Oh, we got him. Oh, man. It was like we had to play like Goku against Kid Buu. Yeah, it's fighting for keeps. It's like the one time it actually mattered. I mean, I guess. Yeah, we can. We can run Jogmazios. That's the first time I saw the back plate break and a gem was dropped. I knew it could happen, but I don't know what the probability was. Because I remember reading the thing, it's like, if you break the back, it's like the gem is one of the things that you can get from that. Ooh, this is very nice. This is very nice. This is a good tanking one. I get, well, heroics, though. Yeah. Yeah, I went all in on the legs. Tunnel vision on the legs. You want one of those fly digi controllers? Is that the type that has all the buttons on the bottom, the back side of it? For those wondering what I use Xbox Series X. Xbox Series X controller. It's very clicky. That's why you can sometimes you can hear the buttons being pressed through the microphone. Because the D-pad on Series X is very clicky. You know that I never put batteries in these things? I always have it connected with the USB-C cable. I never bother to put batteries in my gaming controllers. Like, it isn't paired with any... This controller, I bought this, like, years ago after the 360 came... Or, not the 360. After the Series X came out. Because, remember, I never had a Series X until this past holiday season. When did I get the Series X? I literally got Series X after New Year's. So it was this past weekend. This past weekend, I got Series X from Best Buy. So I never had... I've always had the Xbox controllers. I have 2 360 controllers, wired controllers. And then one of them started going bad. Like the rubber on the analog sticks, especially the left one, is all worn down. So then I ended up getting... When I was in Japan, I got an Xbox One controller, and that didn't... I mean, the rubber on the analog stick on that one wore down faster than the one on the 360 controller. So I was not very happy with the Xbox One controller. But I got the Series X controller a number of years ago. Like, I'm guessing 2021. I've had this since 2021. This one has been pretty good. Series X, the controller is quite good. Surprisingly, it's good for fighting games. 3D fighters like Tekken Tekken, it's pretty good to play with this D-pad. I was surprised. It rivals the PlayStation D-pad. The PlayStation one is more rubbery. Oh, it's got the buttons? Yeah. That's kind of like the Wii, not Wii. The Switch 2 Pro controller has the 2 buttons on the bottom, but I think, does your controller have 4 buttons? The Xbox controller? Yeah, but have you tried the Series X? The Series X has a... See that? It's like very solid, this D-pad. You guys want to do... You want to do Gagmazios? I kind of wanted to do Mizutsune for these. Oh, Piragil. What is Piragil? Piragil's that small thing, isn't it? What's Piragil? Oh, this. Oh, I kind of want to go do Piragil.
Help you source materials.
Xbox Elite. What's an Xbox Elite Series 2 controller? Oh, that type of controller. Oh, the one where you can change out the buttons.
Okay, come back anytime.
Gagmazios? No, the traps don't work on him. In fact, this isn't needed. Where you're using the D-pad? The PlayStation? You know, I've barely ever used this controller right here. I've barely used this outside of the PlayStation 5. I think I've used the DualSense controller on PC like only a handful of times. And I've never really bothered to use it. I just use it with PS5. Supposedly you can use this with PS3. Because my ultimate setup is going to be, for PlayStation that is, it's going to be PS5 and this guy right here. The 20 gigabyte, the really, really rare, full all black trim. The black trim, no Wi-Fi, no memory cards. 20 gigabyte launch edition PS3. This thing can play, like, the cross media bar on this is still so good for a media device. It really makes me hope that Sony, if they do a PS6, I'm pretty sure they will. I hope PlayStation 6 has media functionality the way PS3 did, beyond being able to fire up like a Netflix app. Because I really miss that about PlayStation 3. That's why I have to have the PS3 original one, like the one that can play PS2, because this gives me full compatibility with PS1, PS2, PS3, and then PS5 gives me PS4 and PS5. So with just these two consoles, I have access to my entire legacy PlayStation lineup, as well as PlayStation 5 exclusives, like Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei, you know, etc., Demon Souls, all that stuff. So, yeah. That's the way to go. I might look into the PS2 emulation though. The only problem with emulator on PC, how do you get your save file from your PS2 memory card and your PS1 memory card transferred over to your computer? Like, how does that work? That's the only thing. Because I have so many... I got a I have a perfect Final Fantasy X save file that has like everything. All the legendary weapons. Nemesis. And then also like on Final Fantasy X2, I've got the Trema save. Like, that's super rare, man. Like, it's like, okay, yeah, you can emulate the game, but it's like, I don't really feel like having to do all of that from scratch. And I want my save file. So, whatever. Anyway, for Gagmazios, I'll just change this real quick. Gagmazios, what do? We do dragon. Oh yeah, this hunt. Okay. I might have to make another one. Well, I'm gonna make a new one. Yeah, I'm gonna make a new one. Dragon.
I'm up for the challenge.
Affinity. Affinity. Attack.
Can I proceed?
And then just Gagmazios this thing. And then element focus. I think it's all. Does everybody always do element focus? Yeah, element focus.
Should I begin?
Gagmazios. Hold on, let me fix my... I gotta fix everything for this. Wait, do I even have a set? Gagmazios. Oh wait, that's what I was using? I'm going Great Sword Fire. And Great Sword... Actually, oh, that's what I... Oh, wait a minute. I messed up. I wasted that Gagmazios. I wanted to go Sword and Shield. Yeah, I wanted to go Sword and Shield. I gotta make another one. Man, I messed up again. This time... Ardeon... Or no, wait. Do I have... Oh, wait. I do have one.
You can leave this to me.
I don't really want to... Oh, that's Thunder. That's not going to be useful. So, Ardeon, Sword and Shield. We gotta go Dragon. Attack. 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 It's like it's Phantasy Star Online. Go. Attack.
A sage choice.
Yeah, this one. Element... Wait. Element focus.
Sage choice.
Gravios' protection and imparted wisdom. So I'll just use this. Wait a minute. What do I have? Oh wait, this needs to be a fire great sword, and then this one will be this guy. I just always do what I learned from the days when we were trying to clear Omega. Bring guard up level 3 and guard up 3. Or guard 3 and guard up 3. Make sure I have guard up and guard up 3. Or guard level 3. Where is that? It's like iron wall. This one needs dragon and... Critical element is fine. Handicraft is also good. Razor sharp is also good. I guess razor sharp. Because that buffs the dragon to 444. And then here I want the iron wall one. Well, I have fire for the first half. Oh, shield is guard up. I kind of... Oh, man. Do I have, like... Okay, it's probably on some other stuff. Like this. Yeah, this sort of thing. Now I just need guard. I need iron wall. Ooh, this one is really good, but do I really not have one? Oh, you know what? Okay, it's I guess I'll just have to go with the generic iron wall.
Another satisfied
Well, no, I'm going fire in the beginning. I go fire. Don't you just everyone goes fire in the beginning and then, or I guess fire and blast and then you just go dragon in the end.
Make sure you're prepared.
Dragon does more damage in the beginning of the hunt. Why would the dragon... Dragon works in the beginning? I thought you want to go fire in the beginning. What armor is that? Wait, hold on, I need to save this armor set. I need to update my Gagmazio's build to this one. Oh, eventually I'll mix and match. I'm just gonna go with the full one. Hold on, does this have... Oh, this doesn't have ear... I don't have earplugs. Wait, what do I have here? Wide range level 3? Oh, I have speed eating and wide range? I didn't even realize that. I thought this build was... Man, I don't want all these evasion windows. I'd rather take earplugs level 3. For this guy. I feel like he's not... Especially since I'm using weapons that can block. I don't want evasion. Evasion is if I can't block. I'm going earplugs level 3. Why do I have fire resist? Yeah, I want earplugs 3. I don't know why I put 3 fire resist. Is he weak? Oh, he's weak to fire. His armor set's weak to fire, that's why. Well, I kind of like this build. This is the build that I used last time. Actually, this is a little bit different from the one I used last time, because last time I was using that 2-piece that gave me the passive regen. The Zoshia 2-piece. Yeah, I don't have any gems. I got like very little Gogmazios stuff. Oh, you know why? It's because this character got super lucky. I got the gems that I needed so early, so I barely even ran Gogmazios on here. My other character has like hundreds and hundreds of pieces of Gogmazios because of the no gem thing. Like, I think I've only cleared this. I've only hunted him 5 times. See? 5 times I have the entire set. Is this the one? Gogmazios is the one that looks like the thing from Demon Souls on the Palico. Yeah. Yeah, this thing. Okay. Are you guys? Are you ready? I mean, you can. I thought the bow was always good. The bow has always been good. The bow was super good in World. It's even better in this game. I feel like the bow and heavy bowgun to me feels like it didn't get anything better. Bow and gun lance in this game are like super good. This festival ends, what, next week? Isn't it like next Tuesday it's over? Stats boosted thanks to the Diva's voice. I feel like after February, the player base is gonna slowly start dropping off in this game for a while. After Arch-Tempered Arc-Veiled. I also wonder, you know, what percentage of people play this game on the console versus on the PC. I guess more people play it on the PC, but I don't even know how many more. Like right now, there's like 32,800 people in game on Steam. That's not counting other PC platforms, and that's not counting any of the console.
Now commence the quest by order of the guild. Hang in there, everyone. I have enough food. Supply items.
Well, head home with you then.
Is that thing... Can we knock that thing on him? Can't tell from this angle if it can be dropped on him.
I'll stop it. Right where it hurts.
With guard up 3, you can block the big attack. Oh, guard up 3? Is it guard up 3 or guard 3? Alright, guard up. Guard up 3, I got it. That was not how to demonstrate guard up 3. Griffin is here. Griffin's here apparently. Wait, what happened? Oh, someone else is joining. What happened? We got a human joining. Barriers up. Barriers up. Oh, I got hammer user. Yeah, everyone's using Gagmazio's weapons. Yeah, Gagmazio's.
Okay, we're on track.
You know what they need to do? They need to make an 8-person. Like, the next thing they need to do for the expansion, they need to add 8-player content. I mean, this is technically. This could be 8 players. And then what they would do is, like, it'd be 2 groups of 4. Kind of like Call of Tarath. The second group would do something, would have to be tasked with doing something, while the first group is like doing what we're doing. The first group fights him, the second group does something up there on the cliff side. Kind of like what Fabius is doing. Where is he going? Oh boy. Whoa, that's a lot of like jumping around. Oh, wish list. Apparently I got stuff on wish list. I didn't even know I had a wish list. Uh-oh. I think some two randoms took your spot, or somebody took your spot after you got disconnected. What I'll do is next time I guess I can make it so that people can't join. What is he doing? Why is he doing that big attack on the low ground? Hey, was there a Monster Hunter game on PlayStation 3? Because I know 4 was DS, right? Was there even a Monster Hunter on PS3? Because I remember, obviously, World was on PS4.
That was a close one. Pull out all the stops.
Your stamina is sprint all you like. You're making service ugly legs to the face. You see the switch on there? Use it when the movement's right. You only get one shot.
New supply items are in. They're in your sacred's pouch.
Did we hit him with the Dragonator? Man, it's still 70%.
Charging.
Oh, wait, we only had 2. Wait, what? The third one? No wonder it was taking so long to charge. I was like, I thought all 3 of them were connected. That's why.
We won't miss this chance.
This is it. This is it.
It's airborne.
Use your sacred to pursue it.
You hurt?
Gotta live to see another day.
Gogmazios' final form. Use every technique you know.
Compact anti-wyvern gun.
You all right?
Oh, I don't have guard up 3 with this weapon, don't I? Yeah, I can't block his thing because I'm using sword and shield. Maybe I should have kept the dragon. Maybe I should. Well, I could put guard up on this, but I don't think I did.
Power in check.
We're gonna do the time to go on the offensive soon.
Time to go on the offensive.
Yep, here we go. It's like he's glowing red, like he's gonna use the Kaioken attack.
Doing your job.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know who he's attacking right now. But it's allowing us to do the damage. He has a skull. Uh-oh. He's gonna do the thing soon.
Time to go on the offensive.
Where's Fabius? Wait, what? Huh? Wait, what? People died? What did I die to? I didn't die to the explosion. Was I like really low on health or something? What the heck? He was like about to die too. He had the skull and everything. I didn't even realize my health was even low. I really don't know what. I have to go back and watch the thing to see what I did. I have to go back in time and watch the stream to see what happened. Like, what killed me? I legit do not know how I died. Okay, so yeah, I'm really low. I'm at like 15% HP. Did I get hit from a fireball? Oh, I was taking damage from the fire, like just the heat. I died to the heat wave. Man, that's dumb. Yeah, I'd rather run Mizutsune than this. Because I can get these things too. This set is actually quite good for water, against water. It's weak to dragon. It's weak to dragon and thunder. I don't think I have a gem one though.
Of course. Come back anytime.
Oh wait. I gotta do a forest one. Yeah, I need to do a forest one because I need to get those things, those paragills. Wyveria. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I can go in there and just get them separately. I have one, if you want to do this one.
See you again, Hunter.
Here. Well, let's do this Mizutsune one that I have then. Or actually, hold on. There's one that's already there in Wyveria. You can just do this one. If I... Oh, no. This doesn't count though, right? I'd have to save it as an investigation. I don't really care to do that. Here, I'll just use up the one that I have in here. Unless somebody has one with a gem.
I'm counting on you.
Oh, you have a Mizu with a gem? You guys want to do that one instead? Here, just cancel this one then. Do I get my lucky voucher back? Oh, I get it back, okay. Yeah.
Come back soon.
Yeah, you can post it. Oh, it's a double. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. I did something wrong. I'll join it again. Wait, where is it? There.
Leah, Leah. Hey, Haki.
Don't forget the paragills. Where's the... Oh, wait. I don't need this. I need... this one.
Done already?
Oh, wait. The paragills aren't here. Never mind. Alright, I'm going longsword. I'm going longsword. I haven't used this in a while. There we go. Full power. Here we go. Long sword power. The longsword has the strikes of a 20 gigabyte PS triple. Look at that. So strong. Look at that power. Look at that power. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Longsword. Longsword. Slash 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 slash. Oh yeah. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Oh yeah. I slash. Oh man. Big moves, Ghost of Yote style. Oh, Neo 3. Oh, man, it's so good. Long sword. Going in. Slice and dice. Oh, missed. He's too far away. Look at that. The style. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, big damage, big damage, big damage. Odegaran. Whoa, Spear Blade, Odegaran, oh! He interrupted. Oh! Big damage, big damage. Oh! Invisible cuts. Odegaran. I can't see what's happening. Oh, he's almost dead. No wonder. Odegaran. Man, he needs to go away. Odegaran. He keeps on interrupting. Here, I'm gonna use this on him. Oh, he went off to go fight this thing. I completely forgot this thing's... I know it does the bubble attack. I feel like I haven't hunted this thing since Title Update 1. I maybe hunted it like 1 or 2 times in the summer. During Title Update 2. I literally haven't fought this thing since Title Update 2. Definitely did not hunt this at all during Title Update 3. Is this a new monster, or is this a returning monster from an old Monster Hunter game? Because I know the 2 from Title Update 3 are returning. This one, I don't remember if this was in an old Monster Hunter game or not.
Additional supply items. Take a look.
This is the one where I remember the armor set, or maybe it was the weapon, has a buff when you get hit with the status effect or the status element that this monster adds. The water thing, the bubble thing. It does something, I forgot what it does. Oh, Obi-Wan! Obi-Wan got sent flying. What the heck? Obi-Wan got sent flying. Just like in Duel of the Fates. Get me out of here. I don't have any antidote. Wait, what is going on here? Oda Garen, what? Make this fall on him so he gets stuck in there. Gipsaros is gonna be on the way. I can already tell. He's gonna walk over here soon. Well, there's the orb. I'm guessing Doshiguma drops the hunter symbol too. Yay, more radeon materials. I'm always running out of those. I mean, I can do that one with you. We can do that one if you want. What is that thing? Is that something new? What does that drop? What does this do? The guild will reward you with a decoration. Oh, wait, what is this for?
Alright, let me know.
Okay, well, hold on. I need to go do this then. I'll go get the Paragil. Is Dual Blades good in this version of the game compared to World? Dual Blades is very good.
I am pleased you liked it.
I gotta find the Paragills. If I remember, they're like in the water. Yeah, they're over there. And I don't have a camp near there. Yeah, this game is not a pay-to-win game. It's all cosmetic stuff and is the DLC. And like the DLC that they add that adds content is free. Only cosmetic stuff is paid DLC. I like how the Palico is on a boat thing. It looks like it's moving. The water looks like it's moving so fast. It's like all paddling so quickly. Okay, I think I got all of them. Yeah, I got him. Wait, what is this? Complete one event quest? Oh, we didn't do the Jinda. Okay. Oh, is that the one you were trying to do? You were trying to do this? Yeah, I can jump in there. Do you guys already do it? You guys already done? Okay, hold on, I'll join. If it's still in. Because it counts as an event. You guys don't want to do the dual Rathlos one? So many people are doing the Final Fantasy XIV final tier raid this week since Tuesday, the Savage tier. You guys remember Omega Savage? Imagine having to complete 4 hunts, each as well. Yeah, each as difficult as that. I don't know if I'm gonna put this 20 gigabyte PS3 in this Threadripper setup. I might actually put a different one here, a different console. Maybe I should put an Xbox here. Actually, no, I think I'm just gonna leave Xbox where it is. I need to put one of the newer consoles. When I say newer, I mean like 7th or 8th generation. I need to put my 8th generation consoles back in the media theater area. Because right now, man, you guys have no idea. My console setup, because remember I filmed that video, my console collection? The whole living room with all where the consoles were is all messed up. It's a huge mess right now. I gotta clean that up tomorrow. It looks so bad. There's just like, there's wires, there's cords, there's game controllers, just like everything just like all thrown across the floor. It looks so bad. It is so not presentable. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the Wii U, the PS4 or the forget about PS4. I'm gonna put the Wii U and the PS4 Pro in the home theater setup. Or maybe I could put PS3. I don't know. I kind of like the idea of putting PS3 in the living room, though, because it's a media with a cross-media bar. I'm really thinking I should put the PS3 there. But if I do that, should it be the Japanese PS3 or should it be the American PS3? I don't know. You know what I realized, though? It's funny how back in the day, nobody wanted the PS3 that didn't have Wi-Fi built in. But everyone who got an Xbox 360 at launch didn't have Wi-Fi. Because that console didn't even offer Wi-Fi. It didn't even have HDMI back in the day. I bet Aoi-san won the DPS. Was it Aoi-san? Check the general. Was it Aoi? No, that was the one from, that was the previous one. Wait, that wasn't the one we just did. Was it? No, because where's Aoi-san? This one has, this one is, which one is this? Oh, here it is. Oh, it was close, man. Oh, I remember I said Aoi-san. Aoi-san is at 31.75% right there. What is my DPS? I have room for one console here. I'm thinking it's gonna go on the left side of the desk. But I don't know if I should put like a... I guess I'll put this one here. You know, I'm tempted to try to fix my dead PS3. But at the same time, I'm thinking I should just keep it the way it is for spare parts. You know what I mean? Rather than sell it for someone who needs the parts or try to fix it, I can just keep it in the event that one of my, like in the future, if I need parts or something, I can just take the parts out of there. The thing that's in there that's bad is I'm pretty sure the NVIDIA GPU inside is dead, and that's why it doesn't work. And the other thing that's in there, so I bought another PS3 from somebody recently, and his PS3 was fine. It's totally good, except he told me that the hard drive is the original hard drive from like 2007, like from back in the day. And he's like, I'm pretty sure the hard drive probably has problems, but it can play PS2 games. It doesn't overheat. It runs fine. It's lasted all these years. So I tested it. I was like, yeah, okay, I'll buy it. So I bought it, and then he was not kidding. The 60 gigabyte hard drive was going bad. It was going bad. It works, like it boots up and you can like load up games off of the Blu-ray drive, but you try to save, like I tried to copy my PS2 memory card to the hard drive. It copied, oh no, it gets to like 60% and then it says cannot, couldn't, it gave me some kind of weird like generic error that I didn't really know what it meant, but I Googled it and people are like, oh, it means that you have a problem with the drive or you're like out of hard drive space or something like that. So I checked and I'm like, no, there's plenty of space on here. So then I thought, okay, you know what? Maybe he's right. Maybe the hard drive inside is going bad. So I tried copying it again and I listen. This time I put my ear up to the console and I'm like listening for the hard drive, and sure enough I can hear the clicking sound. You know the type of, if you guys have ever had a hard drive go bad or get close to dying, you know exactly what that weird clicking, hissing sound is. You know what I'm talking about? So that PS3 was doing that, and that's on a 2.5-inch laptop drive, because that's the type of drive that the PS3 uses. So I was like, yeah, this drive is on its last legs. So I took it out. I took out the one that was in my dead PS3, which is also a 60 gigabyte original hard drive. I basically swapped the hard drives, formatted my hard drive onto that PS3, and now it works totally fine. So I put the messed up hard drive in my dead console. So now I'm feeling like this OG PS3 is turning into like a what do you call it? Like a furniture piece, like a trophy piece or something, like something that I would have behind me in the background. You know, I would never actually use it because it doesn't work anymore. It's becoming like a home set piece, like a decoration. That's the word I'm looking for, a decoration. I just have this dead PS3 as a decoration, man. Oh man. For some reason, because we talked about retro gaming like late last year, and I kept talking. I said, "Oh yeah, we'll get around to it," and then we did the whole Title Update 4 thing, Gagmazios thing, the Final Fantasy raid, and then I'm like, okay, now we're starting the year off new. Now I can focus on the retro gaming. So now I've been too into the retro gaming that I feel like, other than this game, it's like I don't feel like playing any of the modern games. It's weird. The only other game that I feel like playing out of obligation to complete the story is Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, we can do Gagmazios again. Cause someone was telling me, like, when are you gonna stop the retro gaming? And I'm like, probably when Code Vein 2 comes out. I need a new game, a new modern game to like break me out of this cycle of just wanting to play with the retro games now. And Monster Hunter ain't doing it. I'm full transparency. This game is not making me want to like not play the retro consoles anymore. You know what? I think I'm gonna try for this one. I'm gonna go double greatsword. I'm gonna do dragon greatsword in the second phase. Oh wait, I gotta put the gems on it. I need to make sure I have guard up and guard. Oh wait, this one had guard up and guard? Well, this one can have dragon attack. Dragon attack and razor sharp. Is guard? What does guard do again? Greatly decreases the impact of attacks. Oh, that's what it does. And reduces the knockback. Yeah, I guess I'll go with... Guess I'll go with this one. This one's gonna need... This is gonna need shield. Oh, just go guard up. Master's touch. Okay. Wait, do I have guard up 3? This one has guard up 3. This one doesn't have guard up 3. But that's because it's phase 1. I don't need guard up 3 for phase 1. Okay.
Make sure you're prepared.
This time I'm just going greatsword the whole time. What was your first game console? Or I guess what was your first like computer, or did you guys start playing games on like PC first or console first or what? I began as PC gaming, then went console, and then went back to PC and then console and PC at the same time. It's been like that ever since. The first one you had was the NES, but the first one bought for me was SNES. Oh, yeah. I had cousins. I had like cousins who had. I had cousins. They're like 3 brothers, and they had an NES. And then they also had SNES. And then my other cousin also had SNES. But I don't know, my parents didn't want me like playing video games back when I was a kid, so I never got to have a Nintendo system growing up, and I never had like all through like the N64 days, I never had a console. I never had a console. I started PC gaming first, actually. Like the original StarCraft. I played RTS, StarCraft, and Age of Empires and Age of Empires 2. Those were the very first games I played. Those are all PC games. Oh, you start on console? So well, if you guys watch my video, I don't need to explain my console history because the whole video explains my entire console history. But I was curious to know like what my viewers' first console was. Like Ant-Man, what was your first console? You said you started console only. You started on console, but what console though? Okay, I need to pay attention. I almost died again. Alright, I'm going for that leg. If I can get to it. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh yeah. So, what was that? What's BBS? It's funny, I'm like asking these questions and you guys are doing the hunt. It's like, I guess I probably shouldn't even bother because it's like I'm gonna interrupt your concentration. The Game Boy Color. Oh, the Dreamcast. Yeah, one of my cousins had a Dreamcast and everybody wanted to play on the Dreamcast when it was new. The Dreamcast, man, I remember that game. I remember Jet Set Radio or whatever it was called, like the skateboard, the graffiti game, and Soul Calibur 1, and obviously Phantasy Star Online. That was like the big game. Yeah, Dreamcast. I always wanted a Dreamcast, but I wouldn't even know where to start. Like, if I were to go and get one used from GameStop, like, I wouldn't even know what to look for collection-wise. Other than just to have the console in a collection. But that is the first of the 6th generation of consoles. It was Dreamcast, followed by PS2, followed by, I think Xbox and GameCube were around the same time, but all 4 of them were the 6th generation of gaming. Along with the corresponding Game Boy, or Game Boy Advance, that was relevant at the same time. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be attacking the leg. Ouch. I remember my first console, the PS1, the slim PS1, not the original PlayStation, but PS1. I had that for like six months or something, 6 or 8 months or 7 months before I got PS2. Like I got PS2 like short, if it was in quick succession after getting PS1. I remember, I guess the reason why I was more like a PlayStation person was because my first exposure to consoles, well obviously the PS1 was my first console, so that right there automatically, but the reason why I wanted that console, the reason why I wanted that console over like an N64 at the time was, or like a PS2 was, first of all, the PS2 was like way more expensive. Second was my friends showed me like Final Fantasy 9, Final Fantasy 7, and I was like, yeah, I have no idea what this is, but this looks really cool. It's like, how do I play this? It's not on the computer. It wasn't on the computer at the time. Eventually, I think there was a PC version of Final Fantasy 7 and 8, but I think it came out like 2 years or 3. I don't know. It wasn't at the same time as the console version. It was like way later. When it comes to GameCube, the main game that I remember playing so many hours of was Super Smash Bros. Melee. I don't know of anyone who had a GameCube at the time that didn't know about Smash Bros. Melee or didn't have the game. That game was perfection. It was the only fighting game that played the way it played. So it was the most unique fighting game. And it was so good. And it had so many unique game modes too. It had home run contest, break the targets, multi-man melee. Like, and you had to unlock your characters. Like they gave you a bunch of characters at the start, but if you wanted all the secret characters, you had to work to unlock them. I mean, that right there naturally incentivizes people to play the game. Versus the way things are now, where it's like, oh, make you have to buy characters, like in League of Legends, and the way all live service games work nowadays.
Attach that to the convergent elder breaker.
If it needs charging,
Whoa, why does it look like that?
whoa! You all right? Thanks for the assist.
Do we have all three of the things connected? Okay.
Artifact right there that looks exactly
Can you see the switch on there? Use it when the movement's right. You only get one shot.
Bam!
things would have been a whole lot simpler.
All right, here we go.
Goes a long way.
Pull out all the stops.
You know, it's gonna be weird. All this talk recently about the consoles, it makes me think if they if there are no more consoles in the future,
Use your sacred to
it's gonna feel really strange because in terms of gaming and entertainment, I feel like the consoles kind of act as an anchor point for the industry in terms of how it kind of like sets the tone for the industry. Without them, it's gonna be kind of weird. Because how I don't know how we would define the eras, like the different eras of gaming. You know what I mean? Because it's so well defined here with the which am I using? Okay, dragon. All right. Oh yeah, that's right. You can tell by the color of the text on here.
God Battlefield's his final form. Use every technique you know.
Ready to work a little magic?
Oh man, that was close. Oh, that was close. Whoa. He almost killed me. He almost killed me.
Time to pull out all the stops.
Uh-oh. Get ready to go on the offensive.
Time to go on the offensive.
I could try blocking it too. I mean, I think it's supposed to work. Guard up 3. All right, this is it. He has a cut on his back. I can't reach it on his tail. Got it. I got it. I got it. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, man. That's like last time. I'm surprised that many people are karting on this. But yeah, my first, I remember, like, the first games that I played on the console were, like, Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy VIII, a 2D fighting game called Gundam Battle Assault 2, that was on PS1, Digimon Rumble Arena, that was kind of like a quasi 3D game on PS1, and then there were some other ones, like, I think one of my friends had what was it, Dino Crisis 2 or Dino Crisis 1 or whatever that game was on PS1. And there's like a bunch of other ones, like Mortal Kombat. Final Fantasy VII, obviously. Surprisingly, Final Fantasy VII wasn't the first one that I played, though. Which is probably one of the reasons why I'm not a huge fan of Final Fantasy VII, the way a lot of other people are. I prefer Final Fantasy IX. Maybe it's because that was the first one. But I did play some of the sprite-based ones on the SNES emulator on PC around the same time that I was exposed to the consoles, like the PS1, the PS2. So like Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy 4 and 5. Oh, bulletin board system. Bulletin board system. That's not a console though, right? I know the guys in the military back then, you guys did have access to consoles though, right? I think you guys did. You had an original Game Boy? Oh, an original Game Boy. Oh man, the OG. Yeah, one of my cousins had a Game Boy. Yeah, I remember growing up, I didn't have any consoles. Because, I don't know, my parents were, like, so anti, like, no, you can't play games, you gotta study, blah, 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 that kind of thing. So, I didn't have any consoles until later. I mean, that's why, like, PlayStation, I got it. So, technically, when I got PS1, PS2 was already out. In fact, I believe Xbox and GameCube were already out too. And Dreamcast was already out. Dreamcast had been out for a while. And I think Dreamcast was kind of like dying off in terms of like Sega was struggling and stuff. Yeah, I got PS1. I got PlayStation 2. And I just had my PS2 for what felt like a long time. And then I got the others later. I got the Xbox. I got the Xbox toward the very, very end of the Xbox generation. Because I remember when I talk about Xbox Original, people are like, did you redo the capacitors? And I didn't even know what they're talking about. Like, what do you mean redo the capacitors? Like, why? Like, they said the clock capacitor can leak on the motherboard and ruin the entire console because it'll corrode the motherboard and your console is permanently dead after that. But luckily, I don't know, it's weird how things happen in the order that they do. Because I got the original Xbox at the end of the Xbox's generation, like, I literally got the Xbox, I believe it was a few months before the Xbox 360 launched. So that was when I got Xbox. Just to give you guys, it's like, I got Xbox, like, way at the end of the Xbox generation. And, because of that, the one that I got had the better capacitor that doesn't melt. Or doesn't, is that the right term? Not melt. Leak? Yeah, the electrolyte would leak out down onto the motherboard and basically corrode all of the PCB and the surrounding materials. So, yeah, I never had to worry about that. I was completely ignorant to that being a thing. Because I got revision 1.6 or whatever, the last one of the Xbox was. So I never had to worry about that. And because I bought last generation instead of Xbox 360, I didn't have to worry about Red Ring of Death. It's just like, I got into Xbox after they fixed the clock capacitor melting issue or leaking issue. And by getting Xbox instead of 360, I completely dodged the bullet on Red Ring of Death. It's so weird how that worked out. Because my Xbox, to this day, it still works. The original hard drive is in there. I can access all my games. It's fine. But, I remember the PS2 surprisingly, when I think of my game collection for PS2 and that generation, I would think that I would have so many more PS2 games, but I surprisingly don't have, like, I know I have like 24 Xbox games total. And I have, oh, that guy's Captain America. What the heck? Do you see this? Hold on, Captain America? Hey, Captain America is in Monster Hunter. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Somebody created a Captain America. Oh, I teleported away. Someone created a Captain America. But I had Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy X-2, Final Fantasy XII. There's a trilogy of RPGs that exist on the PS2 that, to this day, is still stuck on the PS2. And that trilogy is the Xenosaga trilogy. I don't know if any of you guys watching this are into like RPGs, story-driven games, and turn-based combat systems, but man, Xenosaga, especially the first one and the third one. The second one was a dud, although it had its unique points. The second one was bad, but the first one was magical. The third one was refined. You could tell they were so budget constrained by the third game, because originally Xenosaga was supposed to be a 6-episode epic, but they cut it down to 3 parts. So like episode 1, 2, and 3. And because they had to do that, episode 3 was like, they crammed in so much stuff into the last game that it felt very rushed. But the gameplay, what I remember is the gameplay of Xenosaga 3, the combat system was so good. The game was so good, but it didn't perform that well because it felt like it needed to be optimized a little bit more before release, but they were on a strict schedule and they were so budget constrained that they managed to get that game over the finish line. And man, you go look on eBay, you go search Xenosaga 3 on eBay. I mean, I'm tempted to go look myself right now just to see, like, go to eBay and do like Xenosaga 3 episode 3. Dude, look at the price of Xenosaga episode 3 on eBay. The first listing, $550. $550, PlayStation 2 sealed, NTSC. Xenosaga episode 1. Okay, wow, surprisingly, Xenosaga episode 1 is not worth that much. I don't know why, because that game is really good. Oh, you know why Xenosaga 3? I know why. It's because Xenosaga 3, they only printed they didn't manufacture that many CDs or DVDs for the game. Like, it was a short print game, and it was like the last game to this epic RPG story. Imagine if they only made like 100,000 copies of Final Fantasy VII for the PS1 back in the day. That's how ridiculous this is. Now, this is a lesser known series, but that is a series that desperately needs a remaster or some form of re-release. Like, they don't even have to redo the game. I don't care if they don't remake the game. Just make the game available on a modern platform, whether that's PC or Switch 2, I don't care. Like, Xbox, like, bring it to a modern platform. That trilogy was so good. Unfortunately, the developer that made it Namco published the game. Monolith Soft made the game. But then Nintendo went and bought Monolith Software. And because Nintendo bought them, I think Nintendo had the... They got the IP license rights to the brand, Xenosaga. And I don't know why they don't re-release on the Switch 2. To me, this is very dumb. Namco's the publisher, so I guess technically Namco has the rights, because everyone kept trying to get Harada, to the guy who does the Tekken games. Like, they kept trying to get him to go talk to the higher upper management and like get approval to re-release or redo Xenosaga. He tried like 2 or 3 times, and it got shot down every single time. But man, that's what I mean by the PlayStation 3 has all these RPGs that so many of them have never seen the light of day outside of that console. Like, they're still stuck on that console after all these years. You would think that they would re-release some of those games. That's what I remember about PS2, though. And then PS3, I actually didn't even get a PS3 until way, way later. Like, this one that I have here that I keep on showing off, like some kind of weirdo carrying around a 12-year deceased PS3. Like, this PS3 is not my first PS3. This is my 60 gigabyte PS2 backwards compatible PS3. I bought this thing off of eBay for like $300 back in like 2009. So it's like it's a launch model, and they sent me the console with the original box, so I have the original box. But I didn't actually get a PS3 at launch. I got this thing for like $300 on eBay in 2009, or maybe it was like late 2008. Either way, I didn't buy it brand new. So the one that I did get brand new is the Metal Gear Solid 4 bundle. So that's the 80 gigabyte PS3. So that's the one. Do they have a picture of it anywhere? I thought they had like a timeline of the consoles somewhere. Yeah, okay, so Wikipedia has like a really good chart. So if you look at this, so, okay. So, CECH A, this one is the 60 gigabyte. This is the one that I bought used off of eBay. This very first one at the top of the list. That's the OG. That's like the one that everyone wanted. That was the one that had the $599 launch price in 2006. And that's the one that I have that died. And I used it for 7 years. Or no, not 7 years. Actually, I used it for 6 years or something. 5 years. Five and a half or somewhere around there. But it lived to be 7 years. The original owner had it for like 2.5 years, and then I had it for the rest of the time until it died. So it still managed to live 7 years. And man, I used this thing like the thought of it dying to the yellow light of death never crossed my mind. I never bothered to repaste the thermal or redo the thermal paste. I basically abused it. I never took care of it. I never vacuumed it or blow out all the dust. And I ran into the ground, and it eventually died one day. So that's the original one. This 20 gigabyte one has the same functionality in terms of PS2 backwards compatibility. So this is the black one. The A had the chrome trim, the B had the black trim. That's the one that had no Wi-Fi. So these are the two. These are the ones that everybody who's like a collector, console enthusiast or whatever, like those are the ones that they all desire. Like these first two launch models, because they're the best ones in terms of the feature set. Like when Super Googly was on here, the last time we did a live stream, a retro stream, remember he was saying how those PS3s are the ones that could play Super Audio CD. Like, they could play Super Audio CD, which apparently is some kind of really, really high-end audio format thing. Yeah, those PlayStation 3s. And you look up Super Audio CD. Super Audio CD, like the actual decoding players that could play those CDs, typically costs upwards of $1,500 back in 2006. So the fact that you could get one of these for $600, it could do Super Audio CD playback, it could play Blu-ray, it could play DVD, it could play music CD, like their standard music CDs. You could rip your CDs to the hard drive, so you could put your entire music collection on the PS3 from day one. Like, it had so much functionality, like your photos, just basically, it was like a home media center. It was so good. It was so good. And I'm just disappointed that consoles today do not have. Okay, they can all like stream Netflix or Hulu, like that I know. The PS3 could do that too later on. The fact that they just don't have the capabilities that this console had from almost 20 years ago is just insane. So the one that I actually bought brand new was this one right here, the E tier, CECHE. This one is the one that they removed the PS2 emotion engine. So this one only had the PS2's GPU in it, which was called the graphic synthesizer. So it would use the cell processor to emulate the PS2 game logic. So you could still play PS2 games on the 80 gigabyte, except some games, like I remember Xenosaga 1 had a bug. Fatal Frame 3 had a graphical artifacting issue that was constant throughout the game. So there was drawbacks with emulation on PS3. But at least you could play PS2 games, and most PS2 games were fine. So that's the one that I actually bought brand new. I bought this June 12, 2008. It was the summer of 2008, or I guess late spring 2008. I remember saving up to buy this thing. It was $500. It came with Metal Gear Solid 4. It actually was available on the launch day of Metal Gear Solid 4. And the unique thing about this one was the first bundle, or the first PS3 to be sold with the DualShock 3. So it brought back the rumble feature to the PlayStation controller, because remember the 6-axis didn't have that. So the PS3, my first PS3, I had DualShock 3 capability, and I had Metal Gear Solid 4, and I could play most PS2 games just fine. And that PS3, I used it for like, I think 4 or 5 months, and I got annoyed how it had graphical artifacting for PS2 games, because you have to remember, when I got the PS3, most of my game library was PS2, so, and it's like I didn't have a ton of money to go and buy a bunch of PS3 games, so I had like Soul Calibur 4 and Metal Gear Solid 4. For the longest time, those were the only two PS2 games, or PS3 games that I had. And so I would just play a bunch of PS2 games with upscaling to 1080p. And that was great. I thought that was amazing. Like being able to play Final Fantasy X upscaled to 16:9 aspect ratio on the PS3. So that's how I played most of my PS2 games in that era, was like on that 80 gigabyte. But then I started thinking, man, I really want full backwards compatibility with PS2. So I really need to go find a 60 gigabyte. So that's how I bought the 60 gigabyte off of eBay for like $300. So I got it. It works fine. And after I got the eBay one, I figured, man, I'm gonna go ahead and put my 80 gigabyte into storage and let it just be kept in storage. So I put it back in its original box and I put it in storage, and it went into a long slumber because I never used it after that. I put it away and it's like pristine condition. I only used it for like 4 months, and it's been like that ever since. The 60 gigabyte that I bought off eBay, that's the one that I used until it died in 2014. But yeah, that one, I put a 500 gigabyte hard drive in there. I had like so many games on there, all my PS3 games over time, and then yeah, and then it died. So that's how I had the PS3. I got the Slim, which is this one. I bought the Slim, this one down here, the 2500, which is a lot of people say that the best Slim is actually the one that I have. I didn't even know that until after I had already gotten it. I bought this one refurb, or pre-owned or refurbished from GameStop, because they didn't make this Slim anymore or something. I think by the time I got it, it was like I got it in 2014, and Sony had like switched over to the Super Slim, which is the 4000. This one, these down here, and I didn't like those because those looked cheap. They had that sliding door thing that just looked really bad. So I wanted the nice slim one, so I bought a used one from GameStop. To this day, that one has worked no problem. I have never opened the console. I have never bothered to change the thermal paste. I probably never will. I don't believe in changing thermal paste to improve thermals. Even if the console's like 20 years old, I'll never bother to do it. You might gain like 2 to 3 degrees Celsius. But I really don't think changing thermal paste after like a decade matters. I mean, it'll make like a tiny difference, but it's like, is it worth the time and effort and the potential to screw something up when you open up the console? You know, so as far as I'm concerned, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I'm not gonna touch the insides of the console. And my Slim has worked forever. Like I've never bothered to clean it. I've never done anything. I used it. After 2014, since 2014, the PS3 Slim is the only PS3 that I've used like hardcore. Like I've never used any of the other consoles like that one, because at that point I switched to PC. So I went from PS3 to PC, even though I mean it's kind of dumb to say that because I had always been playing games on PC on the side. It's just I made a shift from primarily playing games on the PS3 to primarily playing games on the PC. So that's what I mean, like by switching to PC. But I never fully left the console world. The PS4 came out. I did not get PS4 at launch. I was not that impressed with it. I was definitely not impressed with the Xbox One. The reason why I got the PS4 was because of Bloodborne. Literally one game forced me to buy the PS4. I bought the PS4 in like February of 2015, which was, so the PS4 launched at the end of 2013. So it had already been out for a year and a couple of months, and then I finally got one. Because Bloodborne, I think, was March of 2015, if memory serves. So that's why I got it. So I played a couple of games on there. I mean, nowhere near as much hours spent on it compared to the PS3 though. And then I'm trying to think, like, what did I do after that? Monster Hunter World came out on PS4. But I was living in Japan at the time, so I didn't have access to my consoles. And I remember, man, when Monster Hunter World launched on PS4, it was a PS4 timed exclusive for like 6 months. And man, it was crazy. The Japanese gaming market is so into Monster Hunter, like it's unreal. Like you saw Monster Hunter like advertisements like everywhere in Tokyo. Not like everywhere, but you know what I mean? Like you see it at the subway station, you would see it on the train, on the overhead like advertisement section. You would, anywhere you go where there's like buildings with digital signage, you would occasionally see Monster Hunter advertisements. You go into like any of the arcades or whatever, you'll see it like all plastered all over the walls. Man, Monster Hunter World was crazy, like when that game came out. And that was PS4 exclusive. And then when I came back to the States, I got it on PC. Because it's like, it came out on PC like right as I came back to America. And so I was like, oh, this is great. I can now finally play Monster Hunter. This game that everybody's been playing and talking about on the console, I can finally now play it on the computer. So that's how I got into Monster Hunter. Because Monster Hunter World was my first Monster Hunter game. Like, that was the game that got me into the franchise. It was World. And I played over 1,000 hours. I logged over 1,000 hours on Steam in Monster Hunter World. So that's still way more than this game. Although that includes Iceborne. Trying to think, like, how many hours have I played this game right now? This game, I have logged 490 hours. So not even half the amount of hours spent on World. But then remember, Iceborne is like a good maybe 400, 500 hours of that. So yeah, yeah, I don't know, guys. I think if there's no consoles in the future, I really think gaming is gonna go cloud. People don't like to hear it, but I think eventually, someday, the way we play Monster Hunter is gonna be through subscription-based cloud gaming. I would not be surprised if that's where the entire gaming industry goes in the next 10 years. That's why I feel like the consoles are pretty important, because they act as a anchor point to hold the industry to some reference point for there to be the need to have the client side still have some sort of control over the game logic, versus everything being server side. Because if you put everything on the server side and the client only needs to connect to the server to access the game, why do you need to have anything of significance in terms of hardware on the client side? And that's eventually, I think that's where we're going. I think we're going, like, Nvidia is going to try to push this narrative to developers. It's like, you need to develop your games for cloud, for stuff like GeForce Now, and optimize for latency and that sort of thing when you're building these games. Even single player games. That's the scary thing. Even single player games. And without the consoles, there's really nothing holding that from opening the floodgates. Steambox does not come out, then gaming will go subscription. I don't really think Steambox has anything to do with it. You know, that I've learned something recently. Ever since I got an Xbox Series X, and then after that an Xbox 360. Yeah, that sounds so weird to say. Yes, I bought an Xbox Series X, and then I bought a 360 afterwards. Not the other way around. Yes, you buy the newer console first and the older console second. When I got that, I started getting really into the Microsoft ecosystem. Like, Microsoft became my hero. So then I started rooting for Microsoft, and then I started seeing who are Microsoft's competitors. Because I really don't think PlayStation is really a true competitor to them anymore. I feel like they've kind of split. They've kind of gone their own way. Sony has won their little console war, and they're now kind of like the console box, the premium console box. Microsoft is just turning into an Xbox gaming platform, not just a console. And Microsoft, the true enemy, the true competitor to Microsoft and Xbox is none other than Steam. Steam versus Microsoft. But guess what? As long as Steam exists on Windows, primarily, as the host operating system, they're literally on the enemy's turf. Meaning, every time it's Microsoft versus Steam, Microsoft has home field advantage. Like, if this is a sports game, like if this is a football match, Steam is always the visitor, and Microsoft always has home field advantage. It's that kind of thing. It's got that vibe. But Steam has built up such a powerful platform with, like, cloud syncing, and there's the convenience of everything, and the fact that when you buy a game on Steam, the right to use license is not tied to a specific operating system, meaning you could install Steam on Linux whatever version of Linux, and you could still access your Steam games that way. So that is a huge advantage for Steam. Steam has basically built up this fortress to defend themselves against Microsoft, because Microsoft has been wanting to exert more and more control, and rightfully so, over the gaming, like basically the capabilities of gaming on a Windows-based device. And that's why they're trying to push Xbox anywhere. So Microsoft really wants you to ideally buy a game from the Microsoft Store or Xbox Live, whatever, and you basically can play that game on a Series X, on a Series S, on a PC, stream it from the cloud, stream it from a console, stream it from your... Like, Microsoft wants to create a very, very convenient ecosystem for the gamers, similar to Steam. Very, very similar to Steam. The primary difference is when you buy a game from Microsoft's Xbox platform, the game license is tied to your Microsoft account, which is your Xbox account is linked to your Microsoft account. There's an association there. So you're kind of locked in to the Microsoft operating system if you want to access your game on a PC rather than on a console. So I like how convenient Microsoft's platform can be, especially now that I have a 360 and a Series X. If I didn't have those two things, I would feel like I would not feel that inclined to even bother with Microsoft's Xbox gaming platform on PC, because it is not as convenient, or doesn't really add a lot of value compared to what Steam has already offered for years now. So that's the true console war. The true console war is now a platform war behind the scenes between Steam and Microsoft. And now you guys probably are understanding why Steam is pushing for Linux, gaming on Linux. The Steam Deck is a Linux-based device. It is not a Windows-based device. The Steam Machine, the entire concept of the Steam Box, these are all Linux-based devices. This is by design, because Steam knows that Microsoft has home field advantage on Windows, and they'll continue to be that way and try to choke Steam out of the market, off of their platform, or just create some kind of stupid, well, not stupid, but like regulatory control, exert more control over the OS, making it harder for Steam to further diversify its platform offerings. So this is the reason why Steam is really, really you can tell like all of Valve's efforts has been to diversify away from the Windows platform and more toward a Linux operating system. Yeah, the Steam machine is a Linux-based machine, as far as I know. It's not a Windows-based machine. Steam is not developing anything new for Windows-based operating systems. Microsoft is pushing into the Windows ecosystem big time. It's their system. They can do whatever they want. It's their operating system. Imagine it like if someone owned a house and they rented out a room to a tenant, but both of them live in the same house. So Microsoft owns the house. Steam is renting one of the rooms upstairs. And it's been like this for 20 years. So now do you guys understand? Steam kind of wants their own place. They want to move out. They want to get their own house. So they want to get away from Windows. Now it's very, very hard. It's a very, very slow, near impossible process to do that, because the average gamer doesn't care about Linux, and the average gamer doesn't want to bother to have to learn like about Linux, because it's already very convenient to be on Windows. Microsoft has this ecosystem with their hardware partners like Dell and Lenovo and HP and Asus and Gigabyte and all these hardware manufacturers that sell Windows-based devices. There's a whole ecosystem there, hardware and software. Microsoft and their partners is very, very hard for Steam to break gamers away from that environment. Think about that. That is a monumental task to try to push gamers away from Windows. I mean, trust me, if they could have done it, I would have left Windows a long time ago. But here I am still on Windows as my primary system. So I have a Linux system, but it's like, am I gonna really... I don't really treat the Linux system seriously when it comes to gaming, you know what I'm saying? So until that happens, and Valve's working on it, but until that happens in any significant capacity, and maybe the Steam machine will be their next big push. But I don't know. Like, it's funny how Steam is trying to branch out, go Linux, go to hardware platforms that are like consoles, push that. Microsoft is doing the opposite. Microsoft is going to embrace their operating system. It's their home turf. Let's make Xbox everywhere. Let's push Steam out. Who cares about Sony? Sony stands. If there's anyone who stands the most to lose in the future, it's Sony. Sony's the one who's going to be in the biggest trouble of their life. Like, Sony, the PlayStation brand is going to have a very, very uphill battle in the next 10 years for the gaming ecosystem. Microsoft is going to exert dominance. They're not going anywhere. Xbox looks kind of like all over the place right now. Like, it doesn't look, to the average user, there's no coherent strategy. There is a coherent strategy. It's just got a slow uptake. And if we're going to push everyone to cloud gaming, Microsoft can get in on that pretty quick. So Sony's the one who I worry about. I worry about Sony's future in the gaming industry because, I mean, I don't worry about Sony's future in the entertainment industry, but I worry about their future long-term in the gaming industry because we all remember the Dreamcast. We all remember what happened to Sega. Sega used to be a platform company. Now they're just a software company that owns a bunch of gaming IP. They lost their ability to do hardware. I feel like Sony is a hardware company first, software company second. But if Sony loses their hardware platform, like if there's no more PlayStation, no physical PlayStation, if it just becomes a streaming service, PlayStation Now, like GeForce Now, if that's what PlayStation turns into, then that's the end of gaming as we know it. And they're gonna have a hard time because, like, that market can become so saturated. You have GeForce Now, you have Xbox Anywhere. I mean, PlayStation already has the ability to stream some games, some like PS2 classics out of the cloud or whatever. And you can stream some. I think you can stream some PlayStation 3 games now on PlayStation Network. So it's off of your PS5. So stuff like that, like cloud-based gaming, it's probably the future. As much as people don't like to hear that, it's probably the future. That's why I'm rooting for the consoles, guys. Like, the PC gamers that are anti-console, they are their own worst enemy right now because they have no idea. It's like they're shooting at the wrong enemy because the one behind the actual enemy is gonna stab them in the back, and they're not even gonna see it coming. This is gonna come out of nowhere. What's gonna happen is more and more multiplayer games are gonna become cloud only. Like, they're just not gonna sell you a downloadable client version. Like, that's not an option. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not gonna be able to buy Call of Duty and like actually download the game. The only way to play Call of Duty, you gotta sign up for a subscription and just to play Call of Duty. Like, that's how it's gonna happen. And they'll do it with single player games too eventually. But it's gonna start with multiplayer games. It's gonna, like, mobile games. So many mobile games are already like cloud-based. It's kind of scary. Like Genshin Impact and those type of games, like all that stuff, man. It's gonna start with those things. The big money-making games are all gonna go cloud. Then the big franchise games like League of Legends, all the esports games. Once they figure out the whole latency thing, which is where all the R&D is going right now. If you guys paid attention to Nvidia for CES, all of the innovation is on dynamic frame generation to counteract like latency issues. These technologies are meant for cloud streaming. These are all cloud streaming technologies. It's meant to make it so that that when you game on the like you stream a game from the cloud, you don't feel the latency. They're doing like anti-lag, reflex, all these things. These are all technologies that they're playing around with to try to get latency to feel more natural, like you're actually playing the game on-prem. So that's the... I'm serious. Like, it's cloud stream... Everyone's so anti-streaming, but it's like, well, okay. Like, Netflix is accepted now. Like, Hulu's accepted now. Amazon Prime is accepted now. So, why can't gaming be the same way? The only thing that's holding back the floodgates are consoles and slow internet speed. And probably slow internet speed carries more weight. That's what it is. The guy from Xbox, I forgot his name, the guy who got all that flack for trying to, like, when they were talking about Xbox One, how it's a home thing, always cloud connected, or always internet connected. The games are tied to the cloud. You can't play the game unless it's activated from the cloud. Like, he got so much flack for that. The reality, when I think about that guy was actually so ahead of his time. Because what he was saying is basically gaming 10 years from now, probably. The vast majority of gaming will be like that. So, yeah, it's weird. Like, it's crazy. This is why the 7th generation is going to be remembered as, like, one of the greatest generations of gaming. Because it was a transitionary period. You had analog, you had digital video, you had the ability to run so many things local. There was online connectivity, there was multiplayer gaming, but there was no real cloud-based gaming. DLC was a thing. It was not pay to win. I mean, yeah. Anyway, you thought the Steam... Yeah, so how do I capture Yankee with a shotgun? They give you one. They give you one in your Sacred's inventory. You get on the Sacred and you press the left button on the D-pad. And you'll find it. Oh, that question was asked like 10 minutes ago. I rambled for 10 minutes again. About consoles. Oh, man. But yeah, I gotta figure out like how I'm gonna set this up. I don't know if I'm gonna use this one. So for those of you, when I say this one, I'm referring to this thing right here that I have. This is a 20 gigabyte CECH B00. Yes, this is a 00 PS3. Manufactured November 2006. This is it. Black trim. The pure black trim. Piano black. Full PS2, PS1, PS3 compatibility. All in one. It could play Blu-rays, it could play DVDs, it could play audio CDs, it could play super audio CDs. I don't know if I'm going to put this on the left over here, or if I'm just going to put it back in its box and put it in storage. I don't know yet. Because I'm probably not really going to use it much for gaming. I might put it in like the living room. It might be better off in the living room. Can it play UMDs? We ain't here to talk about UMDs. Who plays UMDs? Man, haven't you ever heard of Chad Warden? You need to watch that Chad Warden. You know what I'm saying? We ain't here to talk about UMDs. Or that Wii. Or that PSP. Nah. We're here to talk about that PS triple with that chrome trim. See what I'm talking about? Chrome. You gotta have that chrome on there with the memory cards. Chrome trim. PS triple. You know, somebody said that because of that guy memeing so hard with the PS triple, they said like every time they would see a Roman numeral 2 or a 3, they wouldn't even say like, they wouldn't count it as a number. They would say triple, double, or triple. Double, triple, quadruple. All because of the Chad Warden. Oh man, the Chad Warden. I don't even know how many people here even know who I'm talking about. It's Chad Warden. You guys know who I'm talking about. That PS triple. We ain't here to talk about that UMD. That thing is a treasure with all those USB. Yeah, dude, I know, right? PS triple. We got, okay, which one do you guys like more? Do you guys like the one with the chrome trim? 60 gigabyte with the memory cards? The launch edition? 60 gigabyte with built-in Wi-Fi and memory card readers? Or full black trim, 20 gigabyte, no memory cards, no built-in Wi-Fi, and a 20 gigabyte hard drive. The other PS triple. I'm talking about the B. I'm talking about B. Zoom in all the way. You got your 60 gigabyte with the chrome trim, CECHA, or your piano black trim, CECHB. Then there's also the European Union, the PAL. The PAL people had the CECHC. And then later on, there was an 80 gigabyte CECHE. This one, the one that I have highlighted here, 80 gigabyte. This one was available with a bundle, including a game called Motor Storm. The Motor Storm bundle featured the 80 gigabyte CECHE. The CECHE removes the emotion engine, which means, and so does the C, these two do not have the PS2 emotion engine. They only have the PS2's graphics synthesizer. So these guys had like 75 to 80% backwards compatibility. You know what I mean? They didn't have like full backwards compatibility. My very first PlayStation 3 was an 80 gigabyte CECHE, which came bundled with the world's first DualShock 3. Because up until that time, all these PS3s came with the 6-axis, which had no rumble feature. They didn't have them. Everyone complained, so they finally brought it back with the 80 gigabyte CECHE bundled with none other than Metal Gear Solid 4. My first PS3 was the Metal Gear Solid 4 bundle with the DualShock 3. Partial software, hardware based. Still had the memory card readers. Still had the chrome trim. And it came with Metal Gear Solid. And it still had the ability to play Super Audio CDs. No, it had the exact same ones. I literally have the console right here with me. No, the 80 gigabyte had the exact same configuration as the 60 gigabyte original. And it had partial backwards compatibility. It had the chrome, the exact same chrome trim. Exact same chrome trim. Now, later on, they released another 80 gigabyte known as CECHK, CECHL, and CECHM. All of these had the first node shrink. These PS3s are still fat PS3s. All of these lose PlayStation 2 compatibility. None of these that I have highlighted can play PS2 disc games. Also, none of these have memory card readers. None of these have chrome trim. Instead, they have a silver matte finish, like a metallic silver finish on the chrome. And all of these only have 2 USB ports, but they all still have Wi-Fi. And additionally, all of these cannot play Super Audio CDs. Only the original ones can play Super Audio CDs. So these look similar to the originals. At a distance, it'll be hard for you to tell unless you have a well-trained eye like me. I can look at one from like 20 feet away and be like, hey, that one can't play PS2 games. That one can play PS2 games. So it's like that kind of thing. Because I know where to look. Just like I know how to tell immediately if a motherboard is an EATX motherboard. You have to train your eye like a Jedi. You have to learn how to look and sense what it is. So anyway, then they created the Slim. The Slim was the best one for longevity. So if you want a PS3 that you don't care about repasting the thermal paste, just set it and forget it, don't worry about yellow light of death, then I recommend buying a Slim or a Super Slim. These guys had the 45 nanometer shrink, and the NVIDIA graphics was 40 nanometers. The reason why the yellow light of death affected all of these that could play PS2 games, and to a lesser extent, these guys were also kind of affected, but not as often as these, because the NVIDIA GPU was shrunk down to 65 nanometers. But once the NVIDIA GPU was shrunk all the way down to 40 nanometers, it didn't have any problems with like yellow light of death. So case in point, I bought, after my original 60 gigabyte died due to yellow light of death in February of 2014, literally almost 12 years ago, it died. I went to GameStop and I bought a used or refurbished CECH 2500. This is arguably the best PS3 Slim because this one has the mirror finish, this one has the RGB on the disc, physical buttons, and it has the Wi-Fi and hard drive activity LEDs. Later on, with the 3000 series, they removed all of those lights. You do not have a Wi-Fi light. You still have a hard drive light, but you have no Wi-Fi indicator light. You have no eject button light. And you have no power button light on the physical buttons with the 3000 series. Additionally, you lose the chrome mirror on the disc tray. On the 3000, it is a piano black finish. So if you like that look, like a stealth look with no lights, then maybe you'll prefer the 3000 series. But in terms of reliability, as long as it has a 40 nanometer NVIDIA GPU, it's never going to yell. I'm never going to say never, never. It can still happen, but the likelihood that your PS3 will die to the yellow light of death is very, very low. I have had this thing since, remember, I bought this thing used secondhand from GameStop, and to this day, it still works totally fine, no issues, and, you know, I I don't worry about it. Let's just put it that way. I don't worry about it. This was the best one, though. Then they cheaped it out with a super slim. This is the one that doesn't have the slot loader. It's got the little door thing. You know, it's very ghetto looking. So that's the 4000 series, and that's basically the last one. However, the last one does have the 28 nanometer node shrink for the NVIDIA GPU. So there's something there to say on that one. So this one is going to run like really, really cool because it doesn't use a lot of power. So that's like the last thing. But I would say the 40 nanometers are all really, really reliable. You can see here the power. This is the total power supply. This is not the power while gaming. This is the power supply. So you can see the 2500 comes with a 230 watt power supply, whereas the Super Slim comes with a 190 watt power supply. So that cuts the max by 40 watts. So that's pretty good. But you compare to the original launch 400 watt power supply, almost 400 watts, 380 watts. And I can tell you right now, while gaming, while playing a game, the original models use 200 or more watts of electricity. So it heats up the room. I know it. I remember it. I'll never forget. I'll never forget. So right now, I have on the desk here the A, 60 gig, the B, 20 gig, right here. And then over in the Tech Thursdays room, I have the E, which also is capable of playing PS2. This is the Metal Gear Solid one that has partial PS2 support, but it still has the memory card readers. It still has the chrome trim like the A. They look identical physically. Like, without me being able to see the sticker, I wouldn't be able to distinguish the difference between these two. The only way I could tell the difference in a blind test is if someone allowed me to listen to the fan. The fan in these are slightly different. This one's a 19 blade fan. This one is a 15 blade fan. And they have a different fan profile. So I've trained my ears to be able to tell the difference between the fan profiles so I can recognize them. You gotta know if you're gonna be like buying used what you're actually getting, man. What fab did Sony contract for PS3? TSMC. Yeah, the first Slim... This one right here. Yeah, the first Slim. That's because the first Slim had the 65 nanometer NVIDIA GPU. You're talking about the 2000. But the best one is 2500, man. For real, 2500. I've had one for 12 years. It is so good. It is so good. I put a 1 terabyte hard drive in there. Fits my entire game collection. It's great. It's so quiet. It's so good. It looks so much better than the cheap 4000. I mean, I'll tell you which one I've got. Like, do they have a picture? There it is, the NVIDIA GPU that caused the yellow light of death. They don't. Do they not have a picture? Oh wait, hold up. I think they have one right here. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. The middle one is the one that I have. That is the 2000 to 3000. But you can tell by looking carefully. This has that mirror finish right here on the tray. That's how you know that is either a 2000, a 2100, or a 2500. This is not a 3000. 3000 has the same body, except it has a piano black instead of this reflective mirror. And the buttons don't light up on the 3000 because they cut costs further. And then this one down here, the last one, this is the 4000. That's the super slim. And this one right here is the original one with the chrome trim. The reason why I can tell this top one is the original and not the one that can't play PS2 is because the three little dots. My eye immediately zooms in right here. I look at the three dots. The three dots indicate that you have that you can lift this thing up, and underneath are it has compact flash, SD card, and Memory Stick Pro Duo. All three. So you can take your PSP and you can back up and transfer media from your PSP to your PS3 or vice versa. Because the Memory Stick Pro Duo that goes in here is the same memory card that the PSP uses. That's Sony's own proprietary memory card format. So yeah, man. PS3, the OG is legendary console. Legendary. Oh, 3D gaming. Oh man, I had it. You're talking about PlayStation Display. PlayStation Display. I have a PlayStation Display with the 3D glasses. I remember playing Tekken Tag Tournament 2 in 3D with the 3D glasses. Yeah, you'll get nauseous after like 40 minutes, but it's good stuff, man. The 3D, I remember that. Yeah, yes, yeah, Marcelo, yeah. This is the $599. $599. This one is $599. And this one, 20, don't forget about 20 gig, black trim. You gotta love that black trim, no chrome. This one is $499. No Wi-Fi, no card readers. For $499. $499. Gotta love that black trim. They charge an extra $100 for Wi-Fi, memory card readers, and Chrome. You gotta get that Chrome trim if you want that $600. I got that 3D display. I still have it. I still have that PlayStation display. I don't know where the glasses are. I lost the glasses, but I still got the display. I might have the glasses somewhere. I just don't know where they are right now. Yeah, 7th generation, legendary generation, man. Legendary generation. You had the rise of online gaming. You had the rise of DLC, of digitally downloadable games. You had the transition from 4x3 CRTV to HD TV flat screen, 16:9 aspect ratio. You had the transition from analog video, aka the composite and component video cables, to digital HDMI. That generation is a magical generation. It saw so many changes. It was the transitionary period. It's a transitionary time. You could literally print stuff off of your PS3. You could connect to printers. You have 3,000? Oh, I mean, that's not bad. That's not bad. I know someone who has a 3,000. You just don't have the RGB. It just doesn't have the RGB. That's the only difference. You still have a hard drive LED. You don't have a Wi-Fi LED. And you don't have the... So on the 2500... I might make a video about this. The 2500... The eject button has a white LED. And the power and reset button also has white LEDs. Piano black. Yeah, and this thing down... This silver thing this is actually a mirror. It's literally a reflective mirror. You can see yourself in the mirror on this PS3. But on yours, it's a piano black. Like a PSP. Yeah, that's definitely 3,000. I know someone who had the 3,000. You should make a video about all the PS3 models to surpass your PSP one. The only problem, I'll tell you the problem, I don't have all the PS3s. I have the 60, the 20, the 80, the 2500 Slim, so the one on the screen here, and one of my friends literally gave me his Super Slim. So I have the Super Slim. Like, he literally just gave me his Slim, or his Super Slim. He was like, I'm not gonna play console anymore. You can have it. I'm like, wait, what? Why? Why? It's your only PS3, dude. I've got like 3 PS3s. Why do you want to give me a 4th one? You have 1 and I have 3. You're gonna give me 4, so I have 4 and you have 0? He's like, no, just go ahead and take it. You go ahead and take it, or I'm gonna have to like sell it to someone. I'm like, oh, if you're gonna sell it, I'll take it. It's like, okay. So I have this one too now. I've got like 4 right now. Yeah, you know what? You might have a point there, because he knew that I was gonna take care of it. Because you guys know how I am. Like, I keep all this stuff, you know, like all the PSPs, for example. But I'll tell you which ones I'm missing. I don't have the piano black Slim. So the one that you have, I don't have that one. I can talk about it, but I don't have it physically, so it wouldn't be in the video. And then I don't have the fat ones that can't play PS2 games. So you know what I'm talking about? The ones that don't have the memory card readers, and they only have 2 USB ports. Because the OGs have 4 USB ports. But the fat ones that can't play PS2, they only have 2 USB ports. And they have like it's like a silver satin finish. They don't have the reflective chrome on them. It's kind of hard to describe them. But those are these. I'm talking about all of these. I don't have a 40 gig or the 80 gig that can't play PS2. So I don't have any of these PS3s. I've got these. I've got this. Well, you know, this one. But these are all the same form factor. So I have this one. And I think I have this one. I'm not sure which one I have. My friend's one, I think, is like either 42 or 43. I have to look at it. It's one of these two. So it's, I don't know. I hope it's the 28 nanometer. I'd prefer it's the 28 nanometer now that I think about it. But yeah. So I got one of those. So anyway, I basically have all of them except this stuff. It's like, I would need to go find like a cheap. The funny thing is these, I don't think the resale value on these is very high, which means I could probably get one for cheap, like if I can find a GameStop that has one. But I don't want to pay like a lot of money on that, so I'd probably go for like the cheapest one, like a 40 gig or something, like a J or whatever. Whatever the cheapest one is, because it's like I'm only getting it for collection purposes at this point. So, and then the piano black one, I don't have that one. All 3 of these are physically the same. They all have the RGB. Only the 3000 is different. It's piano black with no lights. And then these guys, I think, are all the same. These guys are physically all the same. This, and these two are physically the same. They all 60. The European 60 and the 80 have Chrome. They have 4 USB. They have Wi-Fi. They have memory card readers. They can play Super Audio CDs. So these are basically like the best ones. The 20 gig cannot connect to Wi-Fi. There's no Wi-Fi. And there's no memory card. But otherwise, the 20 gig is really cool because it has the black piano black trim. And it can still play full PS2 backwards compatibility. It has the full backwards compatibility. And the reality, I was talking to somebody about this like a week ago. We were talking about the 20 gig PS3 and how like no one has one. It's so hard to find. And like I have one of the rare ones, like this one. And you know, we were talking like, you know, is Wi-Fi on a PS3 really even worth it today? Because let's be honest, the Wi-Fi on PS3, these old PS3s it's like 802.11g. So it isn't even gonna be like Wi-Fi 7 capable. So it's like, who cares about the Wi-Fi? I would just connect it with the Ethernet anyway, even if it had a Wi-Fi chip inside. So in that regard, the 20 gig is totally fine. The only thing that it's lacking, besides Wi-Fi, is you don't have access to your memory card readers. So you don't get your compact flash, and see how it says here 4? This means 4 USB. 4 USB and plus the flash card readers. So it doesn't have, it still has 4 USB, and it uses a ton of electricity. But see how all these guys only have like 2 USB on them? Yeah. Man, PS3 is so good. It's just so good. Let's look at Xbox 360. Xbox 360. Let's take a look. Oh man, Xbox 360. Here we go. You can print the family photos with it. Yeah, it's funny you say that, but yeah, you can really do that. Can you explain why Nvidia is releasing 3060 to what? What do you mean by PlayStation? Nvidia doesn't make PlayStation. Nvidia is releasing 3060 because of the memory issue. Because GDDR7 is going to be very hard to get. So they're bringing back the previous generation. Alright, Xbox 360. Here we go, man. This is the good stuff. Xbox 360. You know what's funny? I've said this a couple times. I'll say it again. If you're in the market for a PS3, okay, like, here's the thing. The ones who command the highest resale value on eBay is the oldest PS3s. These two, well, this one, the 60 gigabyte, is worth the launch PS3 is worth the most money. Like this one right here. This one right here commands the highest resale value. And yet it's the oldest console. Out of all the PS3s, it's the oldest one. Why does everybody want it? Because it has all the features. It has Super Audio CD playback. It has PS2 game hardware compatibility. It has all the stuff. Fully loaded. Fully loaded. You look at 360. Let me find, where's that technical specifications page? 360 is like the complete opposite. Nobody wants the launch model. No one's gonna pay a high price for the launch 360. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the complete. It's so backwards. Like PS3, the best one is the oldest one. Xbox 360, the best one is the newer ones. So let's look at this. Where is? Don't they have a table? Ah, here we go. Oh yeah, this is it. Oh man, this is it. Xbox 360. Let's zoom in. Xbox 3. Wait, what? Oh, whoa. Oh man, Xenon. Oh, I just think Chernobyl, man. Chernobyl and the Xenon poisoning. Xenon poisoning the reactor. 90 nanometer CPU, 90 nanometer GPU. You already know this is going to be a disaster. 90 nanometer EDRAM. No HDMI. No HDMI on the launch model. No resale value. No resale value. If it says Xenon and it has no HDMI, and you know it's 90 nanometer, avoid it like the plague. Oh boy. This is the Red Ring of Death. This is the king of Red Ring of Death. Red Ring of Death King. 95% failure rate. 95% failure rate. And the only reason, and that 5% that didn't die, they didn't die because the people who kept them didn't use them enough. Like, they didn't even play any games on them. They literally just, like, barely touched them. They just left them in the living room. That's the only reason why they survived. Because they were never utilized. Zephyr. Zephyr was the first one to introduce HDMI. But Zephyr, unfortunately, would succumb to the Red Ring of Death. Xenon and Zephyr. I'll never forget those two names. Because those are the ones that had the Red Ring of Death. Falcon also succumbed to the Red Ring of Death. Why? Because of the 90 nanometer GPU. Falcon. That ain't Falco. This thing got wombo comboed into a red ring. I'm serious. Opus, red ring of death. And then finally, it happened. Finally, it happened. Jasper. Anyone who knows about 360 on a technical level knows the name Jasper. The most famous name in the 360 ecosystem. Jasper. Jasper was the one. It finally brought the 65 nanometer GPU that would become the hero of the 360 gamers and would bring an end to the dreaded red ring of death. No longer did your console have a 90+% failure rate. As long as you had a Jasper, you were safe. Introduce 65 nanometer GPU. Introduce updated PSB South Bridge. Introduce 256 megabyte and later 512 megabyte NANDs in arcade. Okay. Jasper was the one that drew a line in the sand and said that red ring of death cannot cross this line. You shall not. Jasper told the red ring of death, you shall not pass. And that was the end of the red ring of death. November 2008. I'll never forget it. Jasper finally put an end to the red ring of death. Then Elpis. Elpis, I don't know what this is, but this is... Oh, Elpis. Elpis is basically... So a Xenon would... Your Xbox would red ring of death. You'd send it to Microsoft. And you know what they would do? They would basically replace it with Elpis. Later on. Like the replacement for Xenon motherboards. Sent to Microsoft for red ring of death repair. Same as Xenon, but with an updated GPU. So this one contained one that was supposed to be more reliable. Unfortunately, it was still 90 nanometer, but it did have the fix. So the reason why it's 90 nanometer is because Microsoft was trying to maintain backwards compatibility with the physical motherboard socket for the GPU. So because of that, they would put 90 nanometer chips in the system, which is very different from how Sony handled Yellow Light of Death. So if you're familiar with the Yellow Light of Death, Sony did a very interesting thing for those willing to pay to ship their dead PS3 to Sony. Sony would actually do something that became known as the Frankenstein procedure. They would resurrect a dead PS3 by making all kinds of physical modifications to the motherboard. They would solder certain resistors and capacitors in certain places on the board. They would desolder the dead NVIDIA GPU. They would solder a 40 nanometer replacement GPU. And the reason why they had to solder a whole bunch of extra stuff to the motherboard was because they're retrofitting a motherboard that is looking for a 90 nanometer GPU with certain voltage specific values to a new 40 nanometer GPU, which uses way less power, has different operating voltages, and the BIOS, everything had to be tweaked. Like, so many things had to be changed. So when Sony resurrected a Yellow Light of Death PS3, they put so much work into the PS3 repair that you literally got what came to be known as a Frankenstein PS3. Literally, PS3 resurrected from the dead as a Frankie. So when you hear people talking about my PS3 is a Frankie, or yeah, I know someone who got a Frankie, that means they literally got a PS3 that got resurrected by Sony, where Sony went in and did all this stuff, solder here, solder there, do this, do that, remove that dead chip, put this thing on, put the 40 nanometer in there. So man, the people who paid the money, they got the Frankie. It's so good. The Frankie is like the best PS3 in the world, because not only do they have a PS3 that has full PS2 backwards compatibility, 4 USB ports, built-in Wi-Fi, full compact flash reader, and it can play super audio CDs, but it has a 40 nanometer GPU. It has the same GPU that is in the Slim, but they went and they put it in the big fat OG launch model, making that thing use way less power and just behave so much nicer. It's like they have the Cadillac of gaming consoles, all for the low price of it's like $189 to ship it to Sony. They fix it and they turn it into a Frankenstein, and now that PS3 is so good. So good, man. When my PS3 Yellow Light of Death in 2014, I was like, man, when I learned about the whole Frankenstein thing, I regret so much not sending that in to Sony. Man, I could have ended up with the best PS3 in the world. Oh, man. I could have had a Frankenstein PS3. Those things are so rare. Man, those things. Anyway, Microsoft didn't do that. Microsoft, they basically soldered back on an improved 90 nanometer. So meaning it would still have the same high power consumption, same loud fan curve, but it was an easier repair because all they had to do was swap a like for like. Sony literally desoldered, put a new one in, doesn't fit, add all this extra stuff, put like 5 resistors here, put some capacitor over there, change the BIOS, change the firmware, make it use lower voltage table, change the voltage table. Sony did the works, man. Sony did the works. Man, they didn't skimp on the quality. If it failed, they made it right. They made it right. They went above and beyond. That's Sony. That's Japanese engineering. Anyway, because it's not supposed to fail. I mean, that's a very embarrassing thing if that thing's failing. All right, Elpis. So then this one, I don't even know how to say this. Tanasket. 65. Okay, the Chronos GPU. All right, these are fine. These are much more reliable. Once Jasper came out, 360 Red Ring of Death was kind of a thing of the past. But what truly fixed it forever was Trinity. Trinity was also known as the Xbox 360S, which in my opinion is the best Xbox 360. Trinity and Corona. They both had the 45 nanometer combined CPU and GPU. So these things use an APU, kind of like a Strix Halo from back in the day. 65 nanometer is that EDRAM? Yeah, EDRAM. Okay. Way lower power, 135 watts. And it was the Slim. It had HDMI. It had built-in Wi-Fi. It had the Xbox Connect port on the back. The S was the best 360. So if you're in the market of buying a 360 just for collection purposes, or you want to go back and relive the glory days of the 7th generation, or you want to feel the nostalgia of the true console war, I recommend Trinity or Corona. These are the best. I guess technically this other one too is also, it's also the same style. Stingray is also... No, it's these three. These three are the best ones. These are the Slim Xbox 360S. These are really good. And then they had the E, Stingray and Winchester. These two are these are the E model. These are the ones that the 360 that looks like an Xbox One. You remember what I'm talking about? The one that do we have a picture of it? I think there's a picture at the top. Those two at the bottom of the list are basically... I thought I had... Oh. This last one. This guy. This is the Winchester and that other one. The last two revisions was the one that looked like an Xbox One. But I recommend, personally, if you're in the market for a 360, I recommend the middle one, the Slim. The Slim has the most stuff. The only thing that the newest one lacks is an additional USB. The S has the most USB. I think it has like 5 USB ports. It has the Connect port. It has HDMI and it has Wi-Fi. And it doesn't have the red ring of death problem. So, yeah. And it still has the look of a 360. You know what I'm saying? This still captures that 360 look. The last 360 looks too much like an Xbox One, in my opinion. You have the Halo 4 Xbox 360. Is that the... Oh, that's the Halo... is that a Jasper? What year did you get it? Because that'll tell you if it can die to Red Ring of Death or not. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you have... Yeah. That's not gonna die. You have a good one, man. Those... You don't... See, people... There's people who've been asking me... Because I did that video... Like, which one of the consoles should I get and avoid the potential of a hardware failure? Because they're buying used. And I tell them it's going to come down to how the previous owner... Ultimately, it depends on how the previous owner took care of it. If they took good care of it, assuming it's one of the good models, like the Slim, or the S, or the E, you don't have to worry about it dying. It's not going to die. Unless it's like thermal throttling because of dust or whatever, and you just can clean it out. But I would tell people, avoid this one. If the seller shows you a picture of it and it looks like this, do not buy it. Do not buy a 360 that looks like this. There's a chance that you could get a good one, because Jasper had this form factor, and Jasper is not going to die to the red ring of death. But most of the 360s that look like this are not Jasper. They're either, you know, like Zephyr or I mean, most of the Xenon ones are like long dead. Like they're in the scrap pile somewhere. But the Zephyrs and the other ones before Jasper, Falcon and those, if you buy one of those, you're gambling. You are gambling. Is it going to live or is it going to die? So I personally would avoid any Xbox 360 that looks like the original classic one. There are ones with HDMI that will die. No. It is not limited to the ones that don't have HDMI. Some of the ones that have this chassis have HDMI on them, and they can still die to the red ring of death. So it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. That's what I'm telling you. That's why it's like you gotta look for one. That's why we went through this list. The Zephyr, Xenon, Zephyr, Falcon. Zephyr had HDMI. See? Actually, I don't think it had on the back though. I think it's the adapter. Why does it say? Oh, yeah. Zephyr and Falcon had HDMI on them. They came out in 2007. So, like, a year and a half after the launch, Xbox, to compete with PlayStation, Microsoft put HDMI ports on some of the 360s. Zephyr and Falcon have HDMI ports on them. But these two will absolutely die to the red ring of death. So you're not, just because you buy one that has an HDMI on the back doesn't mean that it can't die. If it looks like the original white one, if it looks like this, there is a very high probability that it will red ring of death. Unless it has previously been serviced by Microsoft. And even then, it depends on when it was serviced by Microsoft. Because if the original owner sent this in for repair anywhere from like 2006 through 2008, there is a high probability that the chip that Microsoft put in there will also end up with the red ring of death. So I personally, I would avoid the headache of trying to track down a 360 that looks like this, unless you can get confirmation from the seller that it is in fact a Jasper 360 inside. Without that, there's no guarantee. I wouldn't do it. If I was looking to buy one, I just am gonna avoid all the 360s that look like this. I would not buy a single one that looks like this. I would go for this one. That's the one I would get. And, I mean, that's the one that I ended up buying. So, literally a week ago. So this is what my 360 looks like. But, guys, literally the video on the channel, the latest video on the channel is my console collection. So if you haven't seen the video, I mean, you will know what I have and what I don't have. Because I don't have all the consoles. But when it comes to 7th gen is the most iconic generation of consoles. PS3 or PS Triple and that 360 are the legendary consoles. Legendary consoles. Such good consoles, man. They don't make them like that anymore. Yeah, the early models had all kinds of hardware problems, but the later, let's say this, the end of that generation, the consoles at the end of that generation are rock solid. My PS3 Slim, I've had it for since 2014. I bought it used, secondhand in 2014, and it has never let me down. It's like buying used cars. It's never let me down. This 360S that I bought last weekend, it was manufactured in 2011. My 360S is from 2011. It is about 15 years old. And it still works. Question on a video. For what? For the consoles? Oh, the Azra. Oh, motherboard. What about the motherboard? What about the motherboard? I like that idea, Marcelo. I really like your idea. I might actually do exactly what you said. Make a video about all the PS3 models. The only problem is I don't have all of them. You know, I'm missing just the one, the newer fat one that can't play PS2 games. I don't think people will care that much, though. I'm still going to probably make that video. That's probably going to be the next video I make that I haven't already made. Yeah. PS3, man. PS Triple. Like the Chad Warden. You gotta represent PS Triple. I don't know. I've been talking about consoles so much. This console has become my favorite console of all time. Like literally. I thought the PS5 was my favorite console. No way. The PS3 is so much cooler than the PS5. PS3 all the way, man. PS3 is like the coolest console. This looks so cool. This is by far the coolest looking console ever made. The piano black is terrible. The piano black looks so premium, yet it is such a micro scratch magnet and fingerprint magnet. Crazy stuff. The consoles. You have the Nova, and you're planning to build the thing with the. What do you mean flashback the BIOS to the nearest latest BIOS update? Why wouldn't you just download the latest BIOS and just update the BIOS the normal way instead of using flashback? Oh, you don't have the CPU? If you don't have the CPU, then don't even do anything until you get the CPU. Once you get the CPU, you install the CPU, and then when you're in the BIOS, update the BIOS from within the BIOS. That's what I would do. That's how I've always done things. I don't normally use flashback unless I have no other choice. There's no reason to use flashback. I mean, you can do that if you want. I mean, you can follow that action plan. I mean, I wouldn't do it. I would just put the CPU in, build the computer, verify everything works out of the box before going and messing with the BIOS. And then once you get into the BIOS, then you can update the BIOS. They should do an update where the PS5 turns off the LED. Dude, you know how many people would be scared by that? That's terrible. That would be like that is such a bad April Fool's joke. In such a dark way. Like that. Dude, that'd be so bad. Oh man. It's not gonna damage all that stuff about the CPU dying is, as far as I'm concerned, it's all like user error. I have a feeling it's people messing with VSOC. It's probably people messing with VSOC. And most likely what it is, it's the early BIOS probably activated a high VSOC when you load XMP or Expo. What I'm telling you to do is build a computer, go into the BIOS, do not activate Expo or XMP. You just go in stock. It's going to be running JDEC with like such low voltages that it's not going to do anything. Even if it was, assuming that it would do damage, you're not even going to turn on XMP. Then you would update the BIOS. After the BIOS is updated, then you can go ahead and turn on Expo. The people who are killing their motherboards are because either they're messing with VSOC because they read some random thing off of some overclocking website or Reddit or whatever about VSOC for memory overclocking, and they screw up their CPU long term because they go and they set some voltage way too high. That's the only way that happens. Think about it like this. There are other YouTubers that have tried to investigate this issue for hours and hours and hours, and yet why is it that no one has been able to come to a conclusive observation where they have actually like replicated the problem? Like, have you noticed that? Has anybody ever noticed how, like, any YouTuber that has tried to duplicate this quote-unquote ASRock issue has never been able to duplicate it successfully? So I personally don't believe there's a problem. And I've been using my Nova since I got it. Is it on the latest BIOS? Yes, it's on the latest BIOS. Have I had any problems with it? No. What CPU do I have in it? 9800X3D. And I'm going to continue to use the 9800X3D with it. So that's my VR PC, man. Like, I'll tell you what's in that PC. That PC is in the living room, first of all, and it is used for VR. It's my home theater PC. So all those people talking nonsense, like Gamers Nexus tried so hard to replicate the problem, and they couldn't find any conclusive evidence of a problem. So who are you going to trust? Some rando on Reddit saying that the ASRock motherboards are dying, ASRock's killing motherboards, or somebody who has all the oscilloscopes and electronic equipment to test and probe and check and track, and yet those guys aren't able to find a problem? So it's like, yeah, I mean, seriously, come on. But going back to the thing, like, okay, my PC that has the ASRock Nova is the following specs. So it has Ryzen 7 9800X3D. It has the X870E Nova. It has 48 gigabytes, DDR5 8000, running at 8000. And it has a 2 terabyte TD510, the world's first Gen 5 SSD. The world's first Gen 5 SSD is in that computer. And then I've got, like, I think another 2 terabyte or something. Like, 2 terabyte. 2 terabyte. This is inland. And then, like, another inland. I don't remember what it is. It's like inland, prime, like PCIe 3.0. And then a 2 terabyte, or no, like a 2 terabyte inland. Oh, I don't even remember what it is. It's like some inland QN322 or something, PCI 3.0, and then it has a 2 terabyte inland. I don't even know. Inland something PCIe 3.0. So this is basically what I'm using as the home theater PC. Oh, I forgot the GPU. The GPU Radeon RX 9070 XT. There, that's the whole PC. 360 AIO. It has a King Cool 360 AIO. That's the spec. That's the whole computer. There was a 5th SSD in there. There was like another 2 terabyte. I took it out and put it in some other computer. So, because you know how it can fit 5 SSDs? I took the 5th one out and I put it in another computer that needed it. So, but that's the computer. Fully loaded. No problems. And I use this with PSVR 2. That's the VR headset that I have connected to it. So for that I use triple Sam. It's like Samsung 24-inch 1080p monitors. But that's because I don't actually care about the monitor. Because remember what I said, I use it with the VR. I use it with the VR headset. So primarily it's for like cardio, for like Beat Saber. Beat Saber is the main game that I use for VR. The VR headset is the PSVR 2, which is a pretty good VR headset. If you're looking for a wired VR headset, it was on sale for $299 during the whole Black Friday holiday season. So it was a good time to get a PSVR 2. If you're going to connect it to a GPU that doesn't have a USB-C, though, you are going to need the adapter, which is kind of hard to find these days. So, yeah, the monitor, I don't have a very good monitor connected to this setup. I need to figure out what to do with my consoles, guys. I got, like, too many consoles right now. I like Marcelo's idea, though. I think I need to figure out what to do with my GameCube. My GameCube, we talked about this in the comments section of the video. The GameCube, I need to adjust the potentiometer thing ever so slightly to increase the current or voltage to the laser. And that supposedly will fix it. It's a temporary fix, though, because the capacitors are aging on the GameCube. And it's because GameCube, I looked into that further after I read the comment, and it was mainly because the GameCube doesn't use the standard design for like a CD or a DVD player. So that's why its capacitors are prone to failing, unlike what you have on a PlayStation 2 or an Xbox. Try modding them? Modding? Why? That, like, modding consoles destroys their resale value. Just FYI. Like, the people who drilled holes in the back of their fat PS3s, thinking that they were going to improve airflow, those people literally just destroyed the resale value of their consoles. And they've also caused their consoles to die earlier. No. What I mean is, so if you watched earlier in the stream, I was explaining how for this setup that I'm sitting at right now, this is the Threadripper computer. So this is not supposed to be a gaming computer, even though we literally just played Monster Hunter Wilds for what feels like 3 hours. I'm thinking of putting my PS3 here on this desk. Like the 20 gigabyte, you know what I'm talking about? 20 gigabyte, piano black trim, no chrome, no memory card readers. The 20 gig launch model. I'm thinking of putting it here on this desk and connecting it up to my system here. Oh, but for the home theater though, that would be like the 6th generation. So the options are PS2, GameCube, Xbox, Wii U, PS4, PS4 Pro, PS2 Slim, and what PS3 Super Slim. Like, these are the options of the consoles. So I mean, I don't know. There's too many of them to go in the media center, like by the TV. There's just too many of them just sitting. Like, that's gonna look so bad. Sometimes more is not necessarily better. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't know. You mean like a CRT television, like an old 480i or 480p TV? Fix your PS3 60 gigabyte and eliminate PS2, PS1. Oh, I forgot about PS1. Yeah, there's a PS1. I mean, I completely forgot about PS1. Yeah, PS1. Yeah, there's a PS1. I completely forgot about it. Because PS2 can play PS1. That's why I always forget about PS1. See why backwards compatibility is a good thing? PS3 was my main. I was always a PlayStation person growing up. I never had a... You guys, okay, I'll tell you what year I got the consoles. I'll tell you what years I got the consoles. So PS3, 2008. PS4, 2015. PS4 Pro... When did I get PS4 Pro? 2017. What did I get after that? PS5 2020. PS5 Pro 2024. Oh, I forgot the old ones. Oh, actually, hold on. This is PS3 80 gigabyte MGS4 bundle. PS3 80 gigabyte Metal Gear Solid 4 bundle. $4.99 in 2008. Brand new. That's the only PS3 that I've ever purchased brand new. PS4, this was like Last of Us Part 1 bundle or whatever. It was like, this is basically the launch edition or whatever. But I got it in 2015 because of Bloodborne. And then this one, I got it... I don't even know why I got this, just because I wanted to upgrade. And then this one, I got it on launch day. This is literally launch day. Launch day. PS5. So I have a launch model. And then PS5 Pro, launch day. I got those on launch day. Yeah. And then, hold on, we're forgetting the other consoles. I can't remember when I got PS2. PS2... What year would that have been? I remember it was $199. So it was after the price drop, because originally it was like $300, then it became $200. I got it when it was $199, brand new, in 2003. 2003. I'm trying to remember the year. Maybe it was 2002. It was definitely not launched because I got it after the price drop. It must have been 2002 then. Maybe it was 2002. You guys can tell me whenever the price went $199. That's when I got it. It was somewhere around here. So that's when I got PS2. Xbox. Xbox was also $199. I got it I'm pretty sure I got it in 2005. 2005. So, for those of you that are aware how Xbox has the dreaded leaking clock capacitor, remember that thing? I don't have to worry about that because I have the 1.6. I have the 1.6 revision. Because I bought it so late in the generation, I got the one that already had the capacitor that doesn't leak. So I don't have to worry about my Xbox original ever dying to a melted capacitor. So that's good. That's the benefit of waiting forever to get one. You get the newer hardware revision with all the bugs ironed out. The battery that needs to be replaced. You mean you're talking about the Xbox? That's the clock capacitor. That's the clock capacitor. Yeah, that's the one that will melt and ruin your motherboard. Yeah. Yeah. I found out about that. Mine doesn't have that problem. But I learned there's nothing for me to replace because Microsoft doesn't use a coin battery for the Xbox. They use a capacitor. But the capacitor will only hold the charge to keep your time on the console for, it says, up to 3 hours. Up to 3 hours. So if I have it unplugged in storage, obviously it's going to be more than 3 hours. So that's the reason why every time I turn it on, it thinks it's the year 2001. You know what I'm saying? So, launch day, basically. So, but I don't have to worry about that because mine is the 1.6. It's the revision that has the good capacitor. So I don't have to do nothing. Like, it's good. PS2, mine still works. GameCube is actually... The GameCube that I have is not actually mine, by the way. This belongs to a family member. They let me, like, hold on to it. I don't know why people just hand me their consoles. One of my friends gave me his PS3 Super Slim. A relative gave me their GameCube. Like, I don't know why they give me their consoles. I guess people know that I'm not gonna, like, trash their stuff, so that's probably why. So the GameCube, I've only had this GameCube for like 2 or 3 years. But this one is one of the older ones. So this is probably from I would guess 2003. I'm not actually sure when they got it. But I would guess it was somewhere around there. And then PS1 was like $99 or $89. I can't remember. I think it was like somewhere around $100. I can't remember how much this was. It was somewhere around this, and it was in 2002. And that was the very first console I got, and that was in 2002, guys. So I've never had a console prior to the year 2002. It all started with PS1, and the funny thing is, the ironic thing, when I got a PS1, it was the Slim, and it was already well into the PS2 era. So I never experienced the 5th generation of consoles. Like, I never experienced that. You guys could probably figure out my age just by deducing it from this, so I don't need to tell it. I like people to be able to guess and figure it out. Can I access the Grand Hub? I mean, you guys can kind of tell how old I am based off of the consoles. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of gives it away because of the consoles. Probably because you are tech savvy and seem to appreciate what you have. Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, I'll agree with that statement. In terms of the consoles. Or in terms of just, like, taking care of stuff, though, in general, you know? Like, not necessarily electronics, but yeah. So, wait. I'm trying to think, is there anything I'm missing on this list? Oh, the PSPs. Do we want to include handhelds? Do I need to include handhelds? That's just going to make this list look stupid. It's going to have, like, so many PSPs in here. Okay, so this was 2008. I believe I got a PSP 2000. So PSP 2000 in 2007? It was either 2007 or 2008. I know it was before the PS3. I'm going to say 2007. And there was PSP 2000. Then I got PSP 3000 in like 2008, I believe. And then I'm trying to remember the year that the PSP Go came out. PSP Go was 2010? It was either 2010 or 2009, but I can't remember exactly on that one. I can't remember, man. Like, this is hard for me to figure out here. You wanted a PSP Go? Yeah, I have all of them. I bought, so I got PSP 1000, the original fat one, off eBay in like 2011. So what's funny is the old original PSP is the only one that I bought secondhand, and it was the last PSP that I acquired. I had 2000, 3000, and Go before I had the 1000. This was off of eBay. Also, I need to start listing my other PS3s. So PS3 60 gigabyte. I got this one eBay in 2000. Like it was either like the very like end of 2008 or it was sometime in like 2009. But I'm gonna go ahead and say it was like 2008. It was like probably 5 months after I bought the Metal Gear Solid bundle. Because I was very disappointed with the 80 gigabyte PS3 because I remember Fatal Frame 3 had graphical issues because of PS2 emulation. Because remember, the Emotion Engine is not in the 80 gigabyte PS3. So it had the graphics synthesizer but no Emotion Engine. So I had games that would have issues. Xenosaga. I would load my save and I would go into like, there's a certain room in one of the areas you go to. And when you go in that room, you literally, your character is frozen and cannot move and you cannot progress in the game because of a bug with the emulation on the 80 gigabytes. So that was such a deal breaker. There is a video on this YouTube channel showing 80 gigabyte artifacting PS2 games because of the software emulation on the Cell processor. So, and because of that, I went and bought original PS3. This one right here, yeah, this dead one, I bought this one off of eBay in like 2008 or 2009. And then, so that was the 60 gigabyte. And after I got this guy, I put my 80 gigabyte that I had purchased brand new from Best Buy in storage. I literally put it in its Metal Gear Solid box, wrapped it up, put it in storage, and to this day, this thing is on firmware 2.8, guys. I have no idea what I could sell this for on eBay right now. Like, my PS3 80 gig looks brand new. Not a single scratch on that piano black with the chrome trim. And it's on old firmware 2.0. Can install Linux. It still has the install other OS capability because I never upgraded the firmware beyond 2.8. just to give you guys an idea. So this PS3 is probably worth a lot of money because it can play PS2 games, I mean mostly, and it's got all the features of the original launch model, and I never updated the firmware beyond 2.8, so this one still has the ability to run Linux. Like, that's the real deal right there. And I barely used it. I used it for like 4 months and then put it in a box for years and years and years. So, this is the one that I ended up using. The used one off of eBay. And this one eventually died. This one yellow lighted death in 2014. So... but you guys can tell, so anyone who looks at this is like, man, this guy's a PlayStation gamer. I mean, look at all this PlayStation stuff. Look how much PlayStation's dominating this list. Do you think we might get an early release of PS6 for GT? No. No. Sony doesn't operate launches based off of GTA 6. Interesting question, though. Oh, you were on the other team? I had nothing against Xbox. It's just, I knew so many people who had Xbox that died to the Red Ring of Death. Like, one of my best friends had a Red Ring of Death Xbox. One of my classmates' younger brother had an Xbox 360 that red ringed of death. I knew so many people that had red ring of death issues. And that kind of scared me away from the 360, to be honest. Like, I didn't have any problem with Xbox 360. It's not like I was an anti-Xbox person. I mean, guys, I have the OG Xbox. So it's like, it's not like I'm anti-Xbox. But, I mean, literally the reason why I bought a Series X recently is because I wanted to be able to play my Xbox original games and have cloud saves and play them on a modern HDMI-capable system. You know what I'm saying? So it's like... But the thing is, too many people had Red Ring of Death, and I was like, I don't know, man. Because people kept trying to get me into Halo 3, and I'm like... Didn't your console die like 2 months ago and it's already having problems again? And I'm sitting here and I got my PS3 and I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to wait and see what happens and just let Sony cook some new games and let that happen. Because I remember 2009 was the year that PS3 started getting some good games. Uncharted 2... You already had, like, the BioShock games. You had Metal Gear Solid 4 in 2008. You had Valkyria Chronicles. Little Big Planet. I mean, the list only started growing from there. So PS3 started hitting its stride. Like, by the end of 2008. It took them, like, 2 years. It took Sony 2 years for the PS3 to actually start releasing really good games. Ah, you noticed the Dreamcast. Yeah, I never had a Dreamcast. One of my cousins had a Dreamcast, and all he did was play Phantasy Star Online with it. He literally played one game on the Dreamcast. So when I think of Dreamcast, I think of, like, Phantasy Star Online. Like, what other games are on Dreamcast? Okay, obviously Soul Calibur, Jet Set Radio. I mean, there's like a bunch of good ones. The Sega games. But Phantasy Star Online, man. I guess PSO was like the one game. What are your thoughts about Halo? I mean, it's interesting. I feel like the Halo franchise has kind of been in decline for a while, though. I don't think it's been managed well, like the franchise, the brand. I mean, it's cool that it's coming to PlayStation. I think it's better when games are available on multiple systems. So, this is not the whole list, though. There's some stuff missing. Oh yeah, Vita. Vita's missing. PS Vita was 2013. Yeah, I got PS Vita in 2013. PS4, PS4 Pro, PS5, PS5 Pro. I think those are all the old ones. Oh. Xbox Series X was 2026? Literally, wait, when did I get this thing? Was it literally last weekend? Dude, I got this thing like literally right after New Year's. This year. I got a Series X this year. Xbox 360S 2026. This is GameStop used. GameStop used. Oh, I forgot. How could I forget that guy? Wii U. Wii U 2012. I didn't get it on launch day, but I know I got it in like 2012, which was the year that it launched. So I got Wii U in 2012. I barely use it. I played Ninja Gaiden 3, Razor's Edge. I played Xenoblade Chronicles X, and a couple other ones. Yoshi's Woolly World. The Wii U had some good ones. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Edition, Smash Bros on the Wii U, and there was like some few other games or whatever. Like there was a Star Fox. No, not Star Fox. Yeah, I have the Star Fox game, but I didn't play much of it. So I got some pretty good Wii U games. Vita, PS4 Pro. Oh, I forgot about the Switch. I got the Switch in... Did I get this in this year? I think I got this in 2018, right? Oh no, maybe... Okay. I think Switch was 2017. I think. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember which one I got first between these two. I really can't remember which one was first. And then, technically, I'm going to remove GameCube because it's not mine. So I'm just going to remove it because that's not mine. These are all mine. I can say for a fact these are all mine. I'm not going to put that super slim PS3 on this list because it's not mine. So I'm not going to include consoles that I don't officially own. Although technically I kind of own that one because it's, well, I didn't buy it and I never really used it, so I'm not going to consider it. I'm not going to list it. So 360 and then Wii. Wii was also GameStop used or pre-owned, I guess. Pre-owned. This one we should say pre-owned. And this was 2026. So yeah. Yeah, technically it's mine. They don't really care. But I don't want to include those consoles because I didn't actually, so you gotta remember, like, I don't really have any attachment to those consoles. I don't have any games for those consoles that are mine. You know what I'm saying? So, technically I could use that PS3 and play my games on that PS3, but it's, I don't know. It's like technically they're mine, but I don't really care to list them on here. The list is also getting way too large. But yeah, this is basically the list. So, oh, Switch 2. I forgot Switch 2 last year. Switch 2 was launch day. Launch day. I went to midnight launch. This was midnight launch. I got mine at Best Buy at midnight. This is the only midnight launch that I ever went to. I've never been to a console midnight launch. These, I got them on launch day, but I did not, like, go to, like, a store and wait during midnight, no. This was the crazy pandemic, man. Like, I would never, like, this, I got lucky. I got this from watching one of the Jake Randall live streams, and someone in his chat was like, Ant Online has them. And then I quickly go to Ant Online, and then people in the chat were like, is that a legit website, or are those a bunch of scammers? And I'm looking at it, I'm like, Atlanta Network Technologies, this looks like a legit company. And it looks like they sell a lot of stuff. So I was like, all right, I'm going to go ahead and buy it and see what happens. And it processed the order like nothing, like it was completely normal. It was so easy. When everyone else was struggling with BestBuy.com and GameStop.com and Newegg and Amazon and all those, and Walmart and Target, here I go to Ant Online, click, 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 checkout, done, processed order, done, done. Confirmation order. I wait like 15 seconds, I get an email confirmation, and I'm like, dude, buying a PS3 on launch day was that easy? I didn't even pre-order. Like, what? That was so ridiculous. I'll never forget that launch, man. You had to watch a live stream to figure out how to get a PS5. Those were the times that we lived in. It was ridiculous. Ridiculous. I was like, this is it? Like, it's easy mode, man. You guys are trying too hard. Like, what? And then literally like 10 minutes after I checked out from the website and got my order processed or confirmed, literally they went out of stock. Like within 10 minutes of me getting my order to go through. The Switch 2 launch was kind of dumb too, because you had to do the online pre-order system from the websites. Yeah, the Switch 2 one was pretty dumb also. Scalpers. How to investigate regions and to increase hunter. You just have to do hunts. You just have to do hunts to increase hunter rank. You got lucky with Series X too. Yeah, Series X was tough to get also. Both of them were really hard to get at launch. Target. Yeah, I heard. I had the Target. I had literally every single store's website in my browser. I had multiple browsers. I had like Chrome going. I had Firefox going. I had Edge going. I had like all of them ready. It was ridiculous. I had triple monitors set up. All the tabs were all cascaded and everything was going. And then I had like the Jake Randall live stream open, and he was telling people, keep trying, guys. You just gotta keep trying. You gotta keep trying. Keep refreshing the page. You gotta keep. So I was like, this is so stupid. Like, what is this? Then finally, somebody randomly says in the chat, like, hey, Ant Online has them in stock. And I'm like, what is this Ant Online? What is this Ant Online? I have like 20 tabs open of like Walmart, Best Buy, Target, GameStop, Amazon, like all of them, Newegg, and none of them are working. And then it's like, wait, what? This rando website just happens to... like, what? Oh, the PlayStation Direct one, you know, like PlayStation.com, Sony's website. Oh, man. Yeah. But do you know it was just as dumb for the RTX 3080? The RTX 3080 back in September of that year was just as stupid. I'll never forget. Everyone gets ready. It's like everyone has their mouse ready. Everyone has the keyboard, the F5 on the key. Everyone's ready for F5 and the keyboard. You're ready. You're ready. It's like on your mark, get set, go. Everybody clicks, and then it says sold out. It's like BestBuy.com RTX 3080. It's like coming soon. Coming soon. You go. You get ready. It's like ready. 3, 2, 1, and you watch it go from coming soon to out of stock. Instantly out of stock. You didn't even get to see the add to cart button. It was like, wait, what? Huh? Like, huh? What? Where's the 3080? Where's my 3080? Founders Edition 3080. $699. $699. Where is it? I didn't even get to see the price. It's like coming soon. Coming soon. Out of stock. What? What? And then and Nvidia.com crashed. GeForce.com crashed. The website crashed. And because the website crashed, Nvidia was like, never again. Jensen was like, never again, gamers. Never again. And then, so you know what they did when the 40 series launched? Nvidia didn't even allow you to buy it from their website. So your only chance to get the 4090 was from bestbuy.com. It was so stupid. You had bestbuy.com. If you were in the US, the only way to get a 4090 Founders Edition at launch was from bestbuy.com. It was the same stupid system. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. It's like coming soon. Coming soon. Everybody's F5, 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 Control F5, Control F5, Control F5, F5, F5. All the browser macros. Everything's going. Everything's refreshing. F5 coming soon, coming soon, coming soon. I saw one tab show the yellow button. The add to cart button. On one tab, it had add to cart. And I'm spamming add to cart, add to cart, add to cart. And it's like loading. You know the little stupid dots on the website loading? It's like spinning the wheel's spinning. I'm like, come on, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Come on, go, 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 go. Founders Edition, $15.99. $15.99. RTX 4090 Founders Edition, $15.99. BestBuy.com. Go, go, go. Out of stock. It gave me some stupid error message like, oops, something went wrong. Try again later. Refresh the page, out of stock. Yeah. I gave up on graphics cards, man. I gave up on trying to buy graphics cards like that after that experience. I told myself never again. Never again. That's why when the 5090 launched, guess what? I didn't even try. I didn't even try to get a 5090 at launch. I didn't care anymore. I literally didn't care. I don't care. If when it comes to stupid GeForce, I'm like, I ain't doing this dumb GeForce thing. I ain't about that life anymore, man. I ain't gonna sit there with like 20 tabs on a Threadripper system ready to go, full speed ahead. I ain't doing that anymore. I graduated from that. I don't do that anymore. I got promoted. I don't do that anymore. I don't care. I don't need that 5090 on launch day. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care. I don't care. I didn't even try. I quit. I quit. I ain't trying that stuff anymore. It's like Chad Warden. We ain't here to talk about that 5090. Nah, we're here to talk about that PS triple. PS triple. Would you rather have a 5090 or would you rather have the OG 60 gigabyte PS3? Exactly. Exactly. You vividly remember everything. Yeah, dude. You don't forget those moments. It's like you're being in the trenches. That's like being down in the trenches. You know what I'm saying? I ain't doing that anymore. I ain't doing that anymore. I don't do stupid. I don't do GPU launches anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like none of that stuff. That's low volume, high margin. No. We don't do that anymore. No more stupid GPU launches. Especially the NVIDIA ones. I don't do that. Because I went to a Micro Center. I talked to the Micro Center salesperson at the front, at the checkout, the cashier. And I was like, what's your opinion on, like, graphics card launches? When you have this mob of people outside your store just waiting to rush the doors. You know, like, do you like that? Is that fun? And they're like, is that a serious question? I can't tell if you're being serious or what. And I'm like, well, it is a legitimate question. Like, is it stressful? Is it fun? Is it exhilarating? And they're like, it's really just annoying and tiring and stressful. Especially for the manager of the store. Can you imagine being the store manager and you have this mob of gamers? Half of them probably smell really bad because they've probably been camping outside the store for like 3 days. And, yeah. You have this big wad of people, this mob of people outside your store waiting to go inside to buy an NVIDIA GPU. Can you imagine being the store manager having to deal with that? Like, I wouldn't want to be in that position. Would you want to be in that position to have to deal with all those unruly people outside? Like, no. No. That's why I'm always nice to the people at Micro Center, because I know the type of stuff they have to deal with from time to time. That applies to basically every retail. Yeah. I am very respectful to retail people because I used to work retail a long time ago. I used to work for Fry's Electronics back in the day, and so I know what that's like. Now, we never had to deal with that type of thing. Like, that was not a thing that people did back then when Fry's Electronics was still around. Like, nobody lined up outside of Fry's Electronics to buy, you know, an ATI or a Radeon or a AMD CPU or an Intel CPU. Nobody did that back then. Nowadays, people, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know what happened to computer hardware. The fact that, like, people are just gonna, like, gobble up the 5090s. Scalper's gonna gobble up the 5090s and the 4090s and the 3080s and all that stuff within seconds and try to flip them on eBay, just like the PS5, just like the Series X and the Switch 2. Although the Switch 2 didn't have that big of a problem, because to Nintendo's credit, Nintendo chose to launch the Switch 2 in the summer when there's not a lot going on, a lot of people are on vacation, and they had built up a massive supply. Nintendo did the Switch 2 launch right. And maybe that's the only reason, maybe that's one of the reasons why the Switch 2 was the only product launch that I actually dared to go to a midnight launch. You know what I'm saying? Because they handled it so well. It was so well organized. No one was acting crazy. There was no stupid, like, there was no bad behavior. Everyone was just acting normal. It was the Nintendo gamers, you know what I'm saying? Nintendo gamers are not like, they're not like people who fight over, like, an RTX 5090, if you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying? It's a different type of gamer. The Nintendo gamers, they're the type of gamers who you don't have an issue standing next to them for like 45 to an hour in line, outside, at midnight, in the dark. You know what I'm saying? Like, like, would you rather go to a midnight launch to buy a Series X, a Switch 2, or a GeForce graphics card? Yeah, but see, the thing is, Nintendo is kind of like Disney. Nintendo is more of like an entertainment company now. I mean, they have like theme parks and movies and all their iconic game characters and franchises. So they're kind of a different animal. They're not the same as like PlayStation and Xbox anymore. They're kind of like a special. They're a special classification of the gaming media. It's kind of weird to classify Nintendo nowadays, as far as I'm concerned. Xbox is changing, but Xbox is really just trying to push Steam away. It's really Microsoft versus Valve. Xbox versus Steam. That's the real console war. If you call it a console war, if we use that word, but it's more like a gaming platform war. The platform war is actually Steam versus Xbox, but a lot of gamers don't realize that. That's the true war. The Sony's not actually, Sony won the console war, and now there's no real console war anymore. There's just kind of like PlayStation is its own little fiefdom or kingdom, and Nintendo has their own little kingdom over there. You know, and Microsoft is going and invading. Well, technically, Windows is Microsoft's home turf, so Steam is the visitor. if we're using a sports analogy, like if this is a basketball game, Microsoft has home field advantage. They're the home team, and Steam is the visitor. They're the challenger because it's Microsoft's operating system. And that's the reason why Steam is pushing for Linux. If you didn't already notice that. For those of you that are not keeping track of that. Behind the scenes, there's a war between Microsoft and Valve in the gaming world. But I don't think most gamers think about that. I know that. I know all about Steam. The one thing that is different about Steam that a lot of people don't seem to know is Steam is free to make decisions as they see fit. Microsoft can't make... Microsoft is not as flexible as Steam. Or let's say this. I shouldn't be saying Microsoft and Steam because Microsoft is a company. Steam is a product. So, Xbox, it is harder for Xbox to make changes compared to Steam. And there's a reason for that. And I wonder if the people watching this know what that reason is. Do you know why they're not as flexible as Valve, though? Who here understands the reason why? Why is it that Xbox can't move as quickly as Steam can? Ah, okay. Marcelo got on the first try. Valve is a private company. That's the answer. That is the answer. Valve is a privately owned company, and Microsoft is a public traded company. Which means Microsoft has to appease their shareholders. Microsoft has to get votes from the shareholders. They are not a dictatorship. They can't just do whatever they want. They have to get buy-in, and they have to sell an idea to the higher-ups, and then the higher-ups have to convince... Assuming that they agree with it, then they have to get the board to approve it, and then they have to vote on it. This is why Microsoft and very large companies that are publicly traded companies are very slow to innovate and make changes. This is one of the disadvantages of being a publicly traded company. Valve is a private company. You, as a gamer, have no say in what they do. You indirectly can influence the ideas that they come up with, but you can't tell them what to do, and even if you do, they don't have to listen to you. Microsoft, on the other hand, has to listen to what their board members, what their shareholders, their stakeholders say. They have to weigh in on that, on their decision making. This is the fundamental difference between Steam and Xbox that no gamer actually thinks about. It's a business difference. See, so this is the reason why Steam is very successful, because they have stayed private for so long. So they can, so I'll give you an example. The fact that Steam has like the VR headsets. Think about this. Why is it that Microsoft doesn't have a VR headset, but Steam has put out multiple, like there's multiple Valve VR headsets. Like they partnered up with HTC to create the original Valve, or the original Vive. The Valve Index is a very high-end VR headset. It's not the highest end one. I'm looking at you, Pimax. But the Valve is able to do these like pet projects because if they want to develop it and they can make the case internally and convince people to put the money to invest the R&D, it's pretty quick to get the turnaround on go ahead, do it, sign off on it, let's do it. They don't have to convince anyone. No one's going to have to do a big voting thing just to decide, oh, should we make a VR headset or not? Like, should we make a Steam machine? Should we make a Steam... They can just go ahead and do it. It's easier. So that's kind of the reason why there's a big difference between the two companies, and that shows through in the product. So, because I thought about that when I bought an Xbox Series X, and I learned that if I buy a game that says Xbox Anywhere, I can play that game on PC. I could play it on my Series X. I could play it on PC. I immediately thought to myself, wait a minute, I don't need to buy games on Steam anymore. I literally can throw Steam away. I don't need Steam anymore. I can just do Microsoft. I can just get everything from Microsoft. I strongly considered that. But then I started looking at some of the limitations that exist today with the Xbox Anywhere system. Namely, the most obvious one is for some reason not all new games are available on PC and the other Xbox platforms. Because Microsoft, they say if you want Xbox Anywhere, you can buy a game. Ideally, you can buy a game, download the game on your PC, play it on your PC, the same way you do with Steam. Or you could just download it on your Series X and play it on your Series X. And if you want to stream it to another PC that doesn't have high specs, you can locally stream the game from your Xbox Series X. So I was thinking, man, there's a lot of cool stuff here with this system that they've got in place. But unfortunately, it's just not that robust. It doesn't have, like, I was evaluating, because I was thinking, man, I'm going to quit Steam. I'm done with Steam. Like, this is great. I could finally leave Steam forever. But then I thought, because the first thing I did was I looked up the next game that we plan to stream later this month. And I looked at that game and I was like, wait a minute. Okay, so that game is available on Steam for pre-order. And it's available for pre-order on Series X. But it's not labeled as Play Anywhere. So I'm thinking like, okay, if I buy this game, if I pre-order this game from Xbox, this is one of the games that I can't play on PC, but I can play it on Series X. So I immediately started questioning, like, why is it that some games, if I buy them one time on Xbox, I can play them on PC or on the console, but not all games are like that. Like, this one game that I was looking at, I can't play it on PC if I buy it from Microsoft Store. It would have to be on Series X. And I was thinking, why is that? Like, why does Steam get the PC client version, but Xbox doesn't have that for some weird reason? So it must be some kind of weird license thing. So I don't know what the deal is. But it seems like that's the case for a lot of these Japanese games. Which I'm thinking like, okay, this is a showstopper. So I don't know what to do about that. But anyway, so that's kind of where things are. So, and I was like, well, I guess the limitations of Microsoft's platform today are what prevents me from leaving Steam. So the sad thing is, it's not Steam that's preventing me from leaving Steam. It's Microsoft. It's their competitor that's preventing me from leaving Steam. That is bizarre. That is a really, really bad position for Microsoft to be in. They can also retrofit. I know, but that's the thing. Like, is somebody going to gamble on buying a game from Xbox on the assumption that they could later on gain the ability to play it on PC? What if it's one of those games that never gets support for PC? You know what I'm saying? From Microsoft. So it's like, I'm not going to take that gamble. So what am I going to end up doing? I'm going to end up pre-ordering it from Steam. So that's what ends up happening. So it's weird. It's really, really weird. And for those of you guys who pay attention to the live stream on a regular basis, you guys know what game we're going to be streaming soon on this channel. And that game's not available on Xbox Play Anywhere. So I'm like, well, that means Steam's going to get the deal. Steam's going to get the money. Let's see here. Yeah, because it says not available. Yeah, this is what I looked at. So here, we'll just use this as an example. Oh wait, that's what happened. Oh no. Where is it? Here it is. So right here. This is a game that we will be streaming later this month when it is available. So this was the test case that I did to test if Xbox can truly convert me away from Steam. So Code Vein 2, we will be streaming a lot of this game in like 2 weeks. When is this game? This game is going to be, yeah, it's like, oh no, it's like 3 weeks from now? It's like 3 weeks from now. And I looked at it and I was like, okay, you can pre-order it. But then it says play with Xbox Series X. This right here was the limiting factor. It doesn't say Xbox Anywhere. If it says Xbox Anywhere, it means you can download it on PC. And I was thinking, I don't know. Like, there's no way for me to know if I'm going to get access to the PC version through the Microsoft or the Xbox store. So I don't know if, am I going to take that gamble? No. Do I have an Xbox Series X? Yes. But the thing that attracts me to Microsoft's platform is what Phil Spencer said, Xbox Play Anywhere. Like, once they really start getting that nailed down, where, like, all the games are available on PC and Xbox, and they create that powerful ecosystem, oh man, that's really dangerous. That is really, really dangerous for Steam. That can be very, very dangerous for Steam, because they will literally convert me away from Steam, and that could be a permanent conversion. And I can only imagine that can happen to a lot of other gamers, where they'll switch over to Xbox, especially if they already are familiar with the Xbox platform for either historical reasons or just because, you know, like marketing. So, yeah. This is a huge threat to the Xbox Anywhere is a huge threat to Steam. And this is the reason why Steam has been in the process of distancing themselves, or at least trying to branch outside of the Windows operating system and move to a Linux-based platform. Because this is the war, guys. This is the real console war. Now you know what the next generation console war is going to be. It is not going to be fought between Microsoft and Sony. It is going to be fought between Microsoft and Valve. Those are the two contenders. Those are the two titans in the next console war. I use the word console for historical context. Really what we're talking about is the next gaming platform war. No, I wouldn't call it a publisher war. I would call it a platform war. Gaming platform war. And it will be fought between Valve and Microsoft. Those are going to be the two titans. Sony and Nintendo are in their own little worlds. Sony is continuing to shrink, and I really feel like they're the ones that ultimately stand to lose the most in the long run. So Sony really needs to come up with a brand new strategy, because they're the ones who I fear for the most. Like, if I was an investor, if I was going to put money in these companies, like if somebody just gifted me a whole bunch of money and on the requirement that I can't just keep the money, I have to buy stock in a company, like who's the safer bet? Obviously you can't buy into Valve because they're not publicly traded. So you cannot take Valve's side. You cannot side with Valve in this scenario. You have to choose either Microsoft or Sony. Who would you choose? Who sounds like the safer bet long term? Microsoft or Sony? Think about it like that. That's a real eye-opener statement to put things into perspective. You cannot side with Steam, so you have to choose either Sony or Microsoft. Who do you think is in a more powerful position here? So think about that. But see, those features that you're talking about, I never use those features. I don't even know that those features exist. Like, I didn't know that you can share your Steam library with friends. So everything that you're telling me is like things that I'm hearing for the very first time. Like, I literally had no idea that was a thing. Like, Steam Family, I don't know what that is. Steam Library, okay, Steam Library, I know what a Steam Library is. You can share your Steam library with friends? I mean, I didn't know you could do that. I personally won't do that, but that's interesting. That's a feature that I didn't even know about. So, like, to me, it's going to come down to marketing. See? Marketing. I didn't know about that, and I'm a tech enthusiast. I didn't know that existed. So, Steam needs to step it up in terms of marketing, then. But they don't have a very big marketing budget because I guess they historically don't operate that way. But I don't know. The only thing that I like about Steam is Steam Cloud. Steam Cloud saves is like the one thing that keeps me on the Steam platform, and it's like the one thing that Steam has is Steam Cloud saves. If Steam didn't have cloud saves, I would have either left them a long time ago and never looked back, or I would not have any loyalty to them if they didn't have cloud saves. Because I'm someone who has multiple computers. So, like, if I want to play Monster Hunter on Threadripper, I sync my cloud save from Steam, and I'm off to the races. If I want to go play on the Godlike, I can just exit the game, let it sync to Steam server, go over to the Godlike computer, and start playing the game with the 5090. You know what I'm saying? So that is probably the only reason I stay on the Steam platform, because of that one thing, Steam Cloud Saves. If there was no such thing as Steam Cloud Saves, I wouldn't care about this platform. They can't all play at the same time with the same account. Well, yeah, that's because of licensing reasons. So that makes sense. And there's no way around that, because that's a licensing thing. Because remember, when you buy a game from Steam, you do realize that you're buying something called an RTU, a right to use. It is a right to use license that enables you access to the game through their distribution platform. That is what you're actually buying when you buy a game from Steam. So remember that. It's not the actual game. It's a right to use license sold to you by Steam, because Steam bought the license for the game. Steam basically buys volume license right to use, or they use a volume licensing based system when they sell to consumer. And what they're doing is they're buying the distribution rights from the developers and then negotiate a split with the developers for every sale. I mean, this is no different from any platform. You know, like if you're buying from Microsoft, Xbox, it's the exact same thing. But you're buying a right to use. Digital games are right to use licenses. They are licenses. They are not actual games. Yeah, the cloud saves are the biggest thing. So there's two things. The cloud saves is really good, and also there's no subscription. There's no subscription to access the cloud saves. That's very good. However, I do want to point out, because I didn't know this about Xbox until I got the Series X. You don't have to pay for Xbox Live to have cloud saves. So I was able to back up all my original Xbox save files and the 360 save files to the cloud and just like sync them to the Xbox cloud and then download them on the Series X. So in that scenario, the Xbox platform behaves eerily similar to the Steam cloud-based system. So it's very easy, it's very convenient, and you don't have to pay a subscription to access your save files on Xbox. It's free. I know this because I am not paying for Xbox Live, and I have all my saves backed up. So they are trying to hit parity with Steam in that regard. So like I said, guys, this is the true console war. It is Steam versus Xbox. That will be the next console war. Steam versus Xbox. When I notice Xbox is doing free cloud saves, just like Steam, I was thinking, okay. And the fact this whole Play Anywhere thing, I like that idea because I'm one of those Play Anywhere type person. If I want to log in, if I want to play Monster Hunter on the Godlike, I can do that. If I want to go play on a ASRock Nova with a 9800 X3D in the living room, I can do that. So Microsoft's offering a similar thing. Yeah, so it's not really a problem. So, anyway, guys, I can't believe I talked for like, the stream is almost 6 hours long. So I'm going to go ahead and end it here. But yeah, for now, for me personally, I'm going to continue using Steam until Microsoft can come up with a compelling offering to get me to leave the Steam platform. Really, the only thing, like, okay, all this stuff about Steam Machine, I might look into this because I personally have no interest in any of that. I have no interest in the Steam Deck. But I need to start looking into this so I understand more of what Steam's stuff is all about, because apparently I don't know much about Steam. So we'll need to figure some of that out, because all these people kept asking me, like, what do you think about Steam Machine? And I'm thinking, like, I don't have a very strong opinion of this thing, so it's, but again, I'm somebody who has the big, powerful computer, so I don't really care about a small little box that sits in the living room. I mean, I haven't really used a console in the living room in probably 6 or 7 years, so all my consoles are connected to my PC, and they're fused together via stuff like this thing, so that's kind of how I've played my console games for at least since 2014. Like, it's been like 12 years. I can't believe that. So, your opinion probably won't change because Steam Machine definitely isn't there anyway. Yeah, so, but again, that Steam Machine is like another pet project that they're able to do. Like, I don't see the problem is you'll never see something like that from Microsoft because no one's gonna sign off on that. Now, make the next generation Xbox, yes. ROG Ally X capitalize on Windows on a mobile platform, yes. It's easy. Someone already went and built the platform. Asus already built the hardware. So let's just go to market. You know, like, but something like the Steam thing, like, I don't really know who that's for. I am most likely not going to buy one of those. If I was going to get a console, if I was going to get something like that, you know what I'd rather do? I don't know how much a Steam Machine would go for, but personally, I would rather buy a used 60 gigabyte PS3 off of eBay with that money, instead of buying a Steam Machine. But that's me. So, anyway, guys, that's going to be it for this stream. Thanks for tuning in. I will see you. I will probably be back tomorrow. I don't know what we're going to do. We're probably going to do a retro stream tomorrow. Unless I do Final Fantasy 14. It's either going to be retro stream, like meaning like some old console games, or it's going to be Final Fantasy 14. One of those two. Those are the choices. Okay, maybe I don't feel like playing Monster Hunter again. I think we did all the Monster Hunter stuff. Unless someone wants to run the free challenge Arch-Tempered Jin Dahaad with me again for A rank. If someone needs A rank, I'll help them run it. But tomorrow, if we do a live stream tomorrow, it will be something else. It'll be retro stream. Basically, you can expect there to be just retro streams up until this game, Code Vein 2. Well, actually, that's not true. We will be looking at another game next weekend, but then Code Vein will come eventually at the end of the month, and then I'll just be playing all Code Vein 2. So Code Vein 2 will mark my return to modern gaming. Otherwise, I'm stuck perpetually in in a limbo playing retro games until Code Vein 2 breaks me out of that cycle. With that, I'm going to go ahead and get on out of here. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys next time. Thanks.